Chapter 164. Ding! You have successfully acquired the mid-grade spirit class martial art, Buddha's Hand. Learning requires 150,000 devouring points. Do you wish to learn it? After hearing the notification, Yi Xian grinned. It seemed that Lin Jirong had not lied to him and had not tampered with the chant. Very good. You are very honest. Yi Xian smiled. Let me go and we will forget about our grudges. Lin Jirong did not forget to remind him at the end. Don't worry. I, Yi Xian, am a man of my word. If I say I won't kill you, I won't kill you. Yi Xian suddenly stood up and turned around. Fatty bro, I'll leave this to you. What? All three of them were shocked. Leave this to you? This Lin Jirong has become your inner demon. If you don't kill him with your own hands, you will have trouble cultivating in the future. Go. Yi Xian explained. No, Yi Xian, you bastard. You can't go back on your words. Lin Jirong immediately shouted. Sorry, I played a word game. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I wouldn't let others kill you. Yi Xian looked at Lin Jirong lying on the ground and smiled. Fatty bro, let's kill. We will not rest until one of us is dead. If you don't do it, I will. But this time, Zhao Pan did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stabbed with the frostlight sword. Rip. The sound of the sword piercing flesh was very moving. The frostlight sword easily pierced through Lin Jirong's heart. Lin Jirong never thought that he would suffer a double loss. Not only did he benefit Yi Xian, but he also died a horrible death. Rip. Zhao Pan pulled out the frostlight sword. At the same time, the strange look in Zhao Pan's eyes disappeared. Indeed, Lin Jirong had unknowingly become his inner demon. If he continued to cultivate, he could very well go berserk. But now it was gone. Then, Yi Xian took Lin Jirong's interspatial ring and quickly dug a hole to bury the three of them. He also destroyed their identity tokens. Yi Xian, we came out together. If only the three of us go back, I'm afraid we will be suspected. Jiang Xian said worriedly. Who said we're going back? Yi Xian suddenly chuckled. He flipped the contents of the three universe rings upside down. Not going back? Zhao Pan was also shocked. Wasn't their mission to guard the first sentry tower? Yes, we're not going back. Yi Xian nodded and said, the battle between the two empires will definitely be huge. If you guys participate in such a chaotic battle, I'm afraid you guys will die very miserably. As for the two of you, your goal is only to enter the soaring firmament mansion, so all you need to do is to hide. After his reminder, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian exchanged a glance. Indeed, their goal was to stay in the soaring firmament mansion. They didn't want to go to the Hell Mansion or the Heaven Mansion. Even if it was the Yellow Mansion, they would be satisfied. That's why the two of you don't need to get involved. Even if you lose 2 rounds, you can still enter the Yellow Mansion. Yi Xian continued. But the soaring firmament mansion won't accept hundreds of disciples. Zhao Pan asked again. That's right, but the two of you have already broken through to the initial stage of the true energy boundary. With a mid-grade spirit artifact and a mid-grade spirit martial art, the two of you can definitely surpass the geniuses of mid-grade empires. Don't worry, Yi Xian said as he took out a pen and paper. After a while, he wrote down the chant of the Buddha's Hand. This is the mid-grade spirit martial art, the Buddha's Hand. Use the remaining time to comprehend it. If you can learn it, passing the test won't be a problem. Yi Xian handed the chant over. A mid-grade spirit martial art? Are you sure you're giving it to us? Zhao Pan's jaw dropped. Even mid-grade empires didn't have a lot of mid-grade spirit martial arts. Even if they did, they would protect it as a national treasure and wouldn't carelessly spread it around. However, Yi Xian casually gave it to them. His breadth of mind wasn't ordinary. Hurry up and take it. I'll bring the two of you to a safe place to hide. Yi Xian threw the item over. Yi Xian, I, Zhao Pan, am truly a good friend. From now on, my life is yours. Zhao Pan's eyes were brimming with tears. Jiang Xian remained silent, but Yi Xian could feel that he was very grateful to Yi Xian. Alright, enough nonsense. Follow me and I'll hide the two of you, Yi Xian said as he ran in a certain direction. Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian followed closely behind. About 10 minutes later, They arrived at the bottom of a cliff. "Don't move. I'm going to dig a cave," Yi Xian said as he punched the cliff. "The cave? Isn't that easy to discover?" Zhao Pan asked in surprise. "You'll find out soon enough." Yi Xian didn't explain further. He began to crazily crush the cliff with his heavenly silkworm's snow silk hands. A full-powered punch from him would probably be able to crack the cliff. A casual swipe of his claws would be able to sink into the cliff. Thus, it was extremely easy for him to dig. At first, Zhao Pan and Xianxia didn't understand Yi Xian's actions, but they soon understood. He first dug a hole less than half a meter above the ground for several people to hide in. Then, he formed a series of hand seals that Zhao Pan and Xianxia couldn't understand. "You're going to set up an illusion formation?" Zhao Pan asked curiously. "That's right. You just need to set up an illusion formation that others won't discover. If there's nothing important, just stay inside and don't come out. Moreover, this place is quite far from the sentry tower. Most people won't come here, so you'll be very safe," Yi Xian said. "You know how to refine pills, refine tools, and use spirit formations. Is there anything you don't know?" Zhao Pan couldn't help but ask. "Enough talk. You guys go in and take a look." Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to answer the question. "Okay." Zhao Pan didn't waste any more words. He directly climbed into the cave through the hole. The hole was only the entrance. There was still more than 100 square meters of space to move around inside. After all, this was a cave that Yi Xian had dug for quite some time. The things that fell down had all been swallowed up by Yi Xian. Not a single piece of evidence was left behind. "Good, very good. There's enough space in here for us to cultivate." Zhao Pan's excited voice came from inside. "Since that's the case, I'll start setting up the formation. Flourishing Pavilion of the Sea Market, rise for me." Yi Xian formed the last hand seal. Then, a burst of true yuan gushed out. With a clap of his hand, Yi Xian struck the stone peak with the true yuan. Then, something strange happened. The hole in the stone actually disappeared. This illusion formation was very simple. It just refracted the stone walls from elsewhere to here. As long as one didn't reach in, they wouldn't be discovered. "All right, I'll be leaving first. I'll come back to call you when the time comes." Yi Xian shouted inside. End of chapter. Chapter 165. "All right, be careful," Zhao Pan replied. Then he destroyed the 2 identity tokens. With that, even those from the same faction as him would not be able to sense his presence. Yi Xian nodded silently and quickly rushed out. After settling Zhao Pan and Zhou Luan, he felt as though a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Now, he could unleash his full strength. At that moment, he dashed forward madly. Guard the stone tower? What a joke! His plan was to cross the river and take down the stone tower. The Great Tang Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty were about the same strength. Originally, the 4 dynasties could directly send people to the Soaring Sky Mansion without needing to go through the test. However, from this year onwards, they would have to participate. On the Great Tang Dynasty's side, there was Tang Tian, who was at the true profound realm. The other 2 were also at the peak of the true energy realm. The Great Zhou Dynasty's Zhou Wan was also at the true profound realm. At the same time, he also brought along 2 geniuses at the peak of the true energy realm. Therefore, the peak battle strength of the 2 camps was about the same. Yi Xian felt that as long as he did not encounter Tang Tian and Zhou Luan, it would not be a problem. If he encountered them, Yi Xian was not confident that he could defeat them. After all, they were both princes of the same dynasty. The martial arts they learned were probably at the middle grade of the spirit level. They might even have high-grade spirit weapons. After leaving, Yi Xian headed straight for the river. He spent 5 hours before he saw the river. This meant that with his speed, he could run from one entrance to the other in about 5 hours. Of course, this was with his speed. If it was someone else, it would probably take 1 or 2 days. Yi Xian arrived at the river. That Lin Zhirong and his 2 followers only have about 4,000 low-grade crystals on them. It's probably not even a tenth of the experience required to level up. If I want to break through again, I have to kill my way to the enemy camp. Yi Xian looked at the calm river and thought to himself. Although a middle-grade spirit weapon could be sold for many crystals, It only gave him 50,000 Devour points, which was equivalent to 500 low-grade crystals. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Therefore, Xian gave up and directly devoured it. As for the other items, including the interspatial ring, they were all devoured by Xian. In total, they were worth about 4,000 low-grade crystals. After breaking through, the amount of experience he gained increased exponentially, so Xian needed to find a way to level up. Without a doubt, crossing the river was a good choice. Right at this moment, there was a sudden disturbance at the bottom of the calm river. Xian's eyes narrowed as he discovered that there was actually a spirit beast at the bottom of the river. The only thing he didn't know was what rank of spirit beast it was. As expected, the test is not that simple. I wonder what level of spirit beast it is. If it is at the true energy boundary, I'm afraid that ordinary people would not be able to cross the river. Xian pondered for a moment. In the water, a martial artist's battle prowess was greatly reduced. He was afraid that he would be challenged by spirit beasts of a higher rank. He estimated that an early-stage true energy realm underwater spirit beast might be able to kill a middle-stage true energy realm genius. However, he was no ordinary person. A true energy realm spirit beast's corpse and inner core would be worth more than 1,000 low-grade crystals. I'll go down and try. With a thought, Xian upgraded the bloodline of the blade fish that had helped him escape from MT Blackwater to the middle stage. With this bloodline, Xian's speed in the water would only be slightly slower than on land. But without taking off his clothes, Xian directly jumped into the river and quickly dived down. This river was very deep, at least a few hundred meters. The deeper he went, the darker it became. Helpless, Xian could only use his true energy to break through the water to illuminate his surroundings. Gulp gulp. Xian, who had condensed his true energy into a blade fish, quickly swam around in the water. Within a few minutes, he found a spirit beast. It was a giant octopus, at least the size of a hot air balloon. Damn it, you scared me to death. Don't you know that I have deep-sea phobia? Xian angrily shouted in his heart and suddenly struck out with his palm. Mid-grade spirit-level martial arts, Buddha hand. A huge energy palm directly broke through the water and instantly blasted the head of the giant octopus. Boom! The true essence suddenly exploded, and this big octopus was directly blasted backwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian quickly swam over. Spirit-level martial arts, one-word spirit light slash. Xian took out his cold light sword and slashed at the giant octopus. Now his points were as high as 1.5 million, and the highest low-grade spirit-level martial skill was only 30,000 points, so he could learn it if he wanted to. A long white light flashed, directly cutting the giant octopus into two halves. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Then Xian quickly rushed over, put his hands on the two halves of the corpse, and swallowed them. Ding! The host has swallowed a spirit beast corpse, and gained 10,000 points. Ding! The host has swallowed a spirit beast inner core, and gained 100,000 points. It's really an early-stage true energy realm spirit beast, but it's not bad. Let's see if there are any middle-stage true energy realm spirit beasts. Immediately, Xian began to swim around. Although the experience points of an early-stage true energy realm spirit beast were not high, it would be very good if there were dozens of them. But he was disappointed. He spent a few hours swimming around the river, but only found 15 early-stage true energy realm spirit beasts, including large sharks, large crabs, and large jellyfish. However, Xian swallowed 13 of the 15 early-stage true energy realm spirit beasts, leaving behind 2 inner cores for Zhaopan and Xianxia. If he added the previous ones, his points would be almost 3 million, which was enough to upgrade the Wind Leopard bloodline and Hundred Flower bloodline to the high level. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was not high enough. If he forced the fusion, his cultivation level would drop, and he would explode and die. He did not dare to casually try. I didn't expect that the experience points were less than half. In the water, Xian shook his head helplessly. He had spent half a day searching, but he only gained so little. If he had known, he would have killed his way to the other side. That way, he might have gained more. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Something big is coming. After his 100-beast bloodline was upgraded to the middle stage, Yi Xian could vaguely sense the spirit beasts around him. He sensed that a big guy was swimming toward him. Looks like it's a middle stage true energy realm spirit beast. Good one. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately slashed a few times in a direction. The true energy slashes cut across a distance of several hundred meters. Just as they were about to disappear, they suddenly illuminated a humongous creature. It's so big. I'm afraid it's even bigger than that octopus. Yi Xian could not help but shudder. After mentally preparing himself, he rushed over. He attacked as he moved forward. Finally, he recognized the spirit beast. It was a giant tortoise. A tortoise bigger than an airplane. End of chapter. Chapter 166. Oh my God. Yi Xian was truly shocked. This world was truly amazing. He had just seen a giant octopus, a giant shark, and a giant crab. Now there was a giant tortoise. It took me a lot of effort to kill that giant crab. I wonder if I can break through this giant tortoise's defense. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the front. Yi Xian squinted his eyes but did not see anything. However, something was flying toward him. He immediately dodged. Just as he dodged, a beam of energy directly passed through his previous position and disappeared into the distance. Bang! After flying for a few hundred meters, the energy suddenly exploded. Instantly, the water at the location of the explosion was blasted away, forming a vacuum. F***C, what the hell is that? A water mine? Yi Xian was shocked. If he did not dodge and took the attack head-on, he would have been smashed to pieces. It was obvious that the energy was released by the giant tortoise. Oh no, it's coming again. Yi Xian's face darkened and he quickly left. Sure enough, another beam of energy swept over from the darkness. Boom! The beam of energy exploded again. F***ck, are you a water arrow tortoise? You're so good at shooting. Take this. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. His entire body swept toward the giant tortoise like an arrow released from a bow. Soon he saw the giant tortoise's giant head. Buddha's hand. As Yi Xian slapped out his palm, a vital essence giant palm blasted toward the giant tortoise's head. Middle-grade spiritual level martial arts coupled with Yi Xian's mid-grade spiritual weapon and realm were enough to cause damage to the giant tortoise. Bang! The giant palm blasted onto the giant tortoise's bald head. Immediately, the tortoise's head trembled and let out a loud roar. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian felt very helpless. After the big turtle was attacked, it actually retracted its head and drilled into its shell. This was not the main point. The main point was that this was not an ordinary tortoise. After it retracted its head and limbs, a layer of tortoise shell suddenly extended to protect its head and limbs. Holy sh**t, he's got a cheat. Is he a F***king robot? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He didn't expect this big guy to be so cowardly. It had only been attacked once, and it had already become a coward. If it did not come out, Yi Xian would have no choice but to attack the turtle shell. Fine, if you don't come out, I'll take apart your turtle shell. Yi Xian cursed as he leaped onto the tortoise's back. Then he took out his star-chasing bow and pulled it to its full capacity. Sharpshooter. A cold light flashed and shot directly at the tortoise shell. Undamaged. The star-chasing bow was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Normal people would not be able to pull it to its full capacity. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of 100 beasts. Pulling it to its full capacity would not be a problem for him to shoot 1,000 meters. Moreover, sharpshooter was an extremely penetrative martial art. It had killed many people before. Except for that blood wolf, it had penetrated almost everyone. However, at that time, he and Blood Wolf were 2 levels apart. However, such an attack was unable to break through the tortoise's shell. This showed how strong the tortoise's defense was. I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. Yi Xian suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He began to attack quickly, continuously shooting at the same spot on the tortoise shell. Against such a high defense, it was natural to focus his attacks on one spot. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to break through this tortoise shell. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. Beam after beam of cold light shot out, almost hitting the same spot. After the 18th beam of great piercing was shot out, a crack finally appeared on the tortoise shell. "Ha, cowardly tortoise, you're finished." Yi Xian was overjoyed. He directly landed on the tortoise shell and smashed down with his fist. Spirit-level martial art, Tiger Wolf Roar. Double roar. Boom. The cracks instantly spread several meters. Again, Tiger Wolf Roar. Boom. The cracks spread again. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly jumped away. Mid-grade spirit-level martial art, Pagoda Hand, break for me. When the true essence giant palm hit the tortoise shell, the cracks instantly spread more than 10 meters. Good, it's about time. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He suddenly rushed down and smashed down with his fist. Then, he directly inserted his hands into the shell. Rise for me, Yi Xian shouted. With a sound, the veins on his arms bulged. He actually pulled out a piece of the tortoise shell. Roar, the big tortoise roared. The tortoise's shell was stuck to its back. Having a piece of its shell pulled out was not an ordinary pain. Yi Xian directly ignored it and pulled again. A second piece of the tortoise shell was pulled out. The big tortoise immediately poked its head out and began to wander quickly. However, Yi Xian stayed on its back and did not leave. After a while, dozens of pieces of the big tortoise's shell were torn out. It was about 20 square meters in size. Then Yi Xian took out his Cloudbreaker bow and shot wildly. Although he did not know the structure of the tortoise's body, so many pieces of its shell had been torn apart. He only needed to attack a few times to kill this big tortoise. This time, without exception, all the arrows sank into the tortoise's meat. The big tortoise screamed in pain. It wanted to shake off Yi Xian, but it could not do so. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly shot an arrow at the center of the tortoise shell. Puff! The arrow disappeared. Then, Yi Xian felt the big tortoise's body tremble violently. Then it sank down again. It's dead! Yi Xian was stunned. Then he pressed his hand on the tortoise shell. Devour! In an instant, the tortoise, which was even bigger than the great rock, disappeared into thin air. It's really dead! Yi Xian exhaled. Although there was only one arrow of light after it was shot, when it hit the enemy, it would instantly produce a high-speed rotating force. The people who were shot in the head by Yi Xian previously only had 2 bloody holes in the front and back. However, their brains were almost completely torn apart by the force. Yi Xian had already shot the big tortoise's internal organs full of holes. Now, the tortoise's heart was pierced, so it died instantly. Ding! Host has devoured a spirit beast corpse. The reward is 50,000 devouring points. Ding! Host has devoured a spirit beast's inner core. The reward is 800,000 devouring points. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian could not help but cry out in surprise. This big tortoise actually gave so much experience. Moreover, it was only at the middle stage of the true energy realm. If it was at the peak of the true energy realm, Yi Xian would have broken through to the peak of the true energy realm. What a pity, what a pity. The Blood Wolf's inner core was given to the retired emperor. Otherwise, I would have reached the peak of the true energy realm long ago. End of chapter. Chapter 167. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Although it was a pity, his experience points were more than half after devouring the giant tortoise. If he had 2 or 3 more tortoises, he would have been able to level up. Forget it, I won't look for monsters in the river to kill. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then quickly swam upstream. He had been in the water for half a day. When he returned to the shore, it was already night time. The forest beside the river was already filled with the sounds of insects. After the battle just now, Yi Xian had consumed a lot of his inner qi. He immediately took out an elixir and used the deep mystic sword technique to recover his inner qi. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes because he felt a large group of people quickly approaching him. It's the enemy! He suddenly realized what was going on. He came ashore in the direction of the great Zhou dynasty. In other words, The people who came were the geniuses of the great Zhou dynasty. The heavens are really helping me. Why did you choose to come at night of all times? Yi Xian immediately stood up and revealed a devilish smile. He now had 11 bloodlines in his body, and one of them was called the Shadow Leopard. The Shadow Leopard was a type of monster that could use the shadows to hide and then sneak attack the enemy. However, the Shadow Leopard bloodline was only at the elementary level, so Yi Xian directly upgraded it to the intermediate level. As long as he did not make a sound, no one would be able to discover him. Perhaps they would only discover him if they were standing face to face. The hunt begins. At this moment, the team of more than 20 people had also arrived at the riverside. They were only about 50 meters away from Yi Xian. "Captain, will there be spirit beasts in the river?" Suddenly, someone asked. "I'm not sure, but this river is only 200 meters wide. If we swim with all our strength, it will only take us a dozen seconds." "Don't worry," a warrior with long hair replied. "But the sky is so dark now. If there really are spirit beasts in the river, it will be quite troublesome. I suggest we set up camp and wait until tomorrow." Someone suggested. "That's right, I agree. Anyway, this assessment will last for 30 days. This is only the first day. We'll just do it. Rest by the river. Maybe someone from the great Tang dynasty will come. At that time, we can launch a sneak attack." Yes, this is a good idea. When the long-haired cultivator heard everyone's opinion, he nodded slightly. Although it would only take a little more than 10 seconds to cross the river, it was better to rest for the night just to be safe. "Alright, let's rest here. Don't go too far, and don't start a fire." The long-haired martial artist nodded. "Yes, Captain." This group of people didn't know that danger was approaching. They all sat down and took out dry rations and water. At this moment, Yi Xian had already found a good spot with the help of the Shadow Leopard's bloodline and took out his star-chasing bow. The dark Shadow Leopard could hide his body, but his weapons couldn't. The star-chasing bow shone with a silver light, and under the moonlight, it would be easily discovered. However, his hand speed was extremely fast. Before the other party noticed, he had already shot out a few arrows. Chaotic arrow. His cultivation level was higher than most of the people in this team. Coupled with the fact that he had a mid-grade spirit weapon, even if he used ordinary martial arts, he could still cause great damage. Boom, boom, boom. 9 consecutive explosions sounded. In an instant, 9 people's heads were blown up by true essence. This team had a total of 20 people. Excluding the long-haired cultivator in the mid-grade of the true element realm, the rest were all in the early grade of the true element realm or the peak of the true spirit realm. None of them could block Yi Xian's sneak attack. "Enemy!" There were still some people who reacted and shouted. However, it seemed that he didn't need to shout for the others to know. "Find them!" The long-haired cultivator was also shocked. With his cultivation level, he didn't notice the people from the great Tang dynasty. What a failure! Just now, he only knew that the 9 arrows came from one direction, so he immediately launched an attack in that direction. Countless sword shadows flashed and blasted Yi Xian's position into pieces. However, before this, Yi Xian had already moved his position. Using the mid-grade supersonic bat bloodline, Yi Xian could detect the exact location of these people as soon as he closed his eyes. Berserk, Chaos Arrow. Yi Xian shot 9 more arrows. His true essence emitted a faint light, like the stars in the night sky. Boom, boom, boom. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Another 9 rumbling sounds rang out, and another 9 martial artists fell. Now, only 2 people were left. The long-haired martial artist was still alive, and the other was a martial artist at the peak of the true spirit realm. When he saw that his fellow martial artist had been killed before he even noticed the other party, he immediately turned around and left. However, before he could even take 2 steps, his head was pierced by a burst of energy. Not good. The long-haired cultivator thought to himself. He hurriedly turned around and prepared to jump into the river to survive. However, Yi Xian's speed and temperament were fast. At the same time that he leaped up, he'd already thrown out a long whip and accurately wrapped it around his neck, directly pulling him back. A low-grade spirit artifact was very cheap. Yi Xian could buy it whenever he wanted. Tell me the great Zhou dynasty strategy and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian took out his cold light sword and held it against his opponent's neck. If his opponent made any moves, he would immediately cut off his opponent's head. The long-haired cultivator's heart turned cold, but he still shook his head. Don't even think about it. Don't be ungrateful. I'm a man of my word. As long as you tell me the great Zhou dynasty strategy, I won't kill you, Yi Xian said. Impossible. The long-haired cultivator said resolutely. Fine. I gave you a chance to live. You didn't cherish it. Go die. Yi Xian did not waste any more words. Since this person did not want to talk, he would go find out himself. However, just as he was about to act, the long-haired cultivator suddenly shouted, Wait! Do you have any last words? Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. The long-haired cultivator hesitated. He was not from the great Zhou dynasty. There was no need for him to risk his life for the great Zhou dynasty. If he died, what did the great Zhou dynasty's victory have to do with him? The long-haired cultivator finally compromised. The great Zhou dynasty has a total of 580 people. They are divided into more than 20 teams. All of them are led by true element boundary experts. Among them, 20 teams are guarding 2 sentry towers. The rest are all heading to the great Tang dynasty. What about Zhou Luan? Yi Xian continued to ask. Zhou Luan is leading 3 true element boundary experts. Each of them is in a team. I think they have already crossed the river. Hearing him say this, Yi Xian also understood Zhou Luan's plan. He wanted to rely on these experts to make a comeback. Zhou Luan was at the true profound realm. In addition to the 3 true element boundary experts, if such a combination attacked the great Tang dynasty, none of the sentry towers would be able to defend. And the assessment time was 1 month. They had enough time to destroy these 5 sentry towers. No, it would not even take a month. End of chapter. Chapter 168. If Zhou Luan and the others are faster, they can destroy a sentry tower the next day and move on to the next one before the great Tang dynasty can react. Then, the great Tang dynasty will lose in less than a week. Yi Xian thought to himself. On his side, Tang Tian and hundreds of people were also preparing to cross the river. They might encounter Zhou Luan, but if they did not, it would be troublesome. Looks like I still have to do it. Yi Xian said in his heart. He then took the long-haired martial artist's Qian Kun ring and said, I will do what I say. You can go now. The long-haired martial artist was actually very nervous. How could he not know the cruelty of this world? For some things, even brothers could turn against each other, let alone a promise. Thank you, brother. The long-haired martial artist clasped his fist at Yi Xian and then quickly left. Yi Xian also quickly put away the spoils of war. Just the 20 Qian Kun rings were not a small number, not to mention the things inside. 2 middle-grade spiritual weapons, a lot of heaven and earth treasures and crystals. TSK is it. Yi Xian poured all these things into the devouring space and then devoured them all. The harvest was not bad, adding up to 1 million devouring points. At this time, his devouring points had reached 5 million. With another 1 or 2 million, he estimated that he could break through. Then he directly moved in a direction. The long-haired martial artist was directly sent to the great Tang dynasty's territory and did not know the location of the sentry tower, so he did not ask. Moreover, he was not going to find the sentry tower, but to find people. The first battle of the dynasty was very crucial. It determined whether a dynasty would go to the heaven and earth mansions or the black and yellow mansions. If they lost the first battle and won the second battle, they could only enter the profound mansions. If they won the first battle and lost the second battle, they could at least enter the underworld mansions. Therefore, Yi Xian was ready to go all out. If that person did not lie to me, the great Zhou dynasty's troops should have reached the river, Yi Xian thought as he walked around the river. According to the long-haired cultivator, the great Tang dynasty was divided into 4 groups. 2 groups guarded the 2 sentry towers. 1 group crossed the river to attract the enemy, and the last group was Zhou Luan's group of 4 to destroy the enemy's sentry tower. Yi Xian's goal was to find the 3rd group, which was one of the 10 or so teams. Sure enough, after searching for more than an hour, he did indeed encounter a second team. The configuration was the same as the previous team, with 20 people. Oh, and the one leading the team is at the peak of the true energy boundary? Yi Xian hid in the bushes and tried to sense it, but he was too far away from the other party. This was just a guess. Perhaps he was also in the middle stage of the true energy realm. Then he quietly approached. More than 20 people moved together in a disorderly manner. In addition, Yi Xian's footsteps were very light, so no one noticed him. Everyone, get ready to cross the river. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out. It was the expert leading the group. But it was also at this moment that Yi Xian made his move. Chaotic arrow. 9 cold rays of light shot out, and instantly, 9 rumbling sounds rang out. By the time the other party reacted, only 2 people were left. Which scoundrel are you? Do you dare to come out and fight with me? The brawny man shouted loudly. Idiot! Yi Xian, who was hiding in the dark, drew his bow again and killed the 19th person. Then he began to attack the brawny man. Whoosh! Bang! But what surprised Yi Xian was that the brawny man actually dodged his 100-step piercing willow leaf. It seems that you are indeed at the peak of the true energy boundary. I want to see how many times you can block. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Then he began to attack crazily. 100-step piercing willow leaf was only a low-grade spiritual level martial art, and he was already at the true energy boundary, so the consumption was negligible. Whoosh! 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 The brawny man was very fast and dodged all of the attacks. This was the first time this had happened. Middle-grade spiritual level martial art? Yi Xian was shocked for a moment. Then, greed appeared in his eyes. In the devouring space, the cheapest middle-grade spiritual level martial art required 2 million devouring points. No wonder you can dodge it. Since you asked me to come out, I will come out. Yi Xian did not hide anymore. After putting away his star-chasing bow, he dashed forward. In the forest, the 2 figures came into contact. Tiger wolf roar. 9 blazing emperor fist. Rumble. The surrounding figures were shaken to the point of shaking. This time, they were actually evenly matched. Middle-grade true energy boundary? How is this possible? The brawny man was shocked. He could clearly feel that Yi Xian was only at the middle-grade true energy boundary, which was 1 level lower than him. Moreover, he was using a middle-grade spiritual level martial art. If it was a sneak attack, it would be enough to kill a true darkness boundary expert. However, such an attack could only draw with the brawny man. It was obvious that the brawny man was not an ordinary person. Huh, do you think this is all I can do? Second level roar. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Boom. This time, the brawny man was pushed back a few steps. He was shocked. It was not a draw, but he was at a disadvantage. Try this again. As soon as he finished speaking, the brawny man saw a huge palm of true energy coming toward him. 9 blazing emperor fist. Rumble! The brawny man punched the true essence giant palm, shattering it. Although the pagoda hand was a middle-grade spiritual level martial art, it used true energy. On the other hand, although the tiger wolf roar was a lower-grade spiritual level martial art, it used true energy to wrap around the arm, so its power would be increased. Therefore, the power of these 2 martial arts was similar. However, after the brawny man dispersed the true energy palm, his eyes widened. He suddenly realized that Yi Xian had disappeared. No, he did not disappear. He was right in front of him. Die! Yi Xian shouted and punched the brawny man's abdomen. Qi instantly rushed into the brawny man's body, shattering some of his organs. Then, Yi Xian twisted his hands and broke both of the brawny man's arms. Then, he kicked the brawny man, leaving only 1 leg that he could move. Gulp, gulp. The brawny man fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his throat. He could not understand how he could be defeated by someone who was at the peak of the true energy realm. Tell me the mnemonics of the 2 middle-grade spiritual level martial arts, and I will let you live. Yi Xian's voice fell into his ears. Not possible. The brawny man was determined. Middle-grade spiritual level martial arts are precious, but can they be compared to life? Don't worry, I will do what I say. Yi Xian continued. Even if I die, I will not tell you. The brawny man stammered. All right. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, then pierced the brawny man's heart with his sword. He saw that the brawny man's eyes were completely different from the long-haired martial artist from before. It seemed that this brawny man did not want the middle-grade spiritual level martial arts of his empire to be leaked. End of chapter. Chapter 169. Forget it, let's clean up the spoils. Yi Xian felt that it was a pity. The body movement and fist techniques used by the burly man were both middle spiritual level martial arts. If he had obtained them, his strength would have greatly increased. Unfortunately, the burly man would rather die than tell him. Then Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield. When he devoured all the spoils of war, his eyes lit up. He had leveled up. 7 million devouring points, what a tycoon! Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Of these 2,700,000 devour points, 1 million were provided by the burly man. This was because there were actually 50 mid-grade crystals in his universe ring. One mid-grade crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade crystals. 50 middle crystals were equivalent to 5,000 lower crystals. Sure enough, it was faster to kill and steal. I am now at the peak of the true energy realm. I should be able to contend with Zhou Luan and Tang Tian now. Yi Xian thought to himself. Zhou Luan, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Tang Tian, the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. Both of them were at the early stage of the true darkness realm. Moreover, both of them probably had upper spiritual level martial arts and upper spiritual weapons. Their strength was extraordinary. Therefore, Yi Xian could only rely on his strength and speed. After breaking through to the peak of the true energy realm, Yi Xian's speed had increased by another level. However, after searching for 2 hours, he did not see anyone from the great Zhou dynasty. It seems that these people took advantage of the night to cross the river. I'd better go find the sentry tower. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then didn't stop and started running. Zhou Luan and the other 3 had gone to the sentry tower and should have reached the great Tang dynasty's territory by now. This meant that no one in the great Zhou dynasty's territory could stop Yi Xian. Moreover, Zhou Luan had 3 peak true energy realm martial artists with him, so they might not be faster than Yi Xian. In addition, the great Zhou dynasty had lost 2 teams of 20 people, so 40 people died on the first day. Overall, the great Tang dynasty had the upper hand. It was already late at night, and several hours had passed since Yi Xian had broken through. Now, his speed was much faster than before. In fact, he had already arrived at the place where he thought there might be a sentry tower. It was just that he hadn't found it yet. Perhaps it was because of the color of the sky. Soon, the sky began to brighten. However, before the sun had even risen, Yi Xian finally found a watchtower. He quietly approached the sentry tower and closed his eyes to sense for a moment. He found that there was no one in the sentry tower. Is it empty? Yi Xian pondered for a moment before he leaped onto the Mo Yang Iron Guard Tower. This sentry tower was 100 meters tall and towered into the clouds. Moreover, there was only one spiral staircase. If one wanted to reach the top, this was the only way to go. Yi Xian arrived at the top of the stone pagoda. There was only one large stone tablet that was half the height of a person. It seemed that this was the so-called pagoda suppressing stone. His fist landed on the large stone tablet. The stone tablet was like a bubble that was easily shattered by him. Then an old voice rang out in the sky. The first pagoda suppressing stone of the great Zhou dynasty has been destroyed. Hearing this, Yi Xian was also shocked. He raised his head to look, but didn't see anything. There should be someone guarding the sentry tower. Yi Xian reacted. However, he did not hear any other voices. It seemed that Zhou Luan had not found the first sentry tower. Earlier, that aged voice had resounded throughout the entire mountain valley. Thus, everyone had heard it. In an instant, the people from both sides were shocked. In the territory of the great Tang dynasty, a young man suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" This person was the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Luan. Moreover, he had already found a sentry tower and was preparing to attack it. "Your Highness, we just found one of the enemy's sentry towers, but they have already destroyed one of ours. It seems that we are not far ahead, said a young man beside him. However, the sentry tower that we were uprooted from should be unguarded. As long as there is a person, he can destroy it. I think that this person should be a spy from the Great Tang Dynasty. Let's not care too much and attack. Zhou Luan gave the order and immediately charged towards one of the sentry towers of the Great Tang Dynasty. Each sentry tower of the Great Tang Dynasty was guarded by 50 people. However, each sentry tower had at most 1 or 2 people at the peak of the true energy realm. They could not stop Zhou Luan at all. Soon, all the people in the sentry tower were killed by Zhou Luan and the other 3 people. Crack! When the pagoda suppressing stone at the top of the sentry tower shattered, another voice rang out in the sky. The first pagoda suppressing stone of the Great Tang Dynasty has been destroyed. Now, this chapter does not end. Please turn the page. Here, it is a tie. At the same time, in the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the crown prince of the Great Tang Dynasty, Tang Tian, had led a few experts deep into the enemy's territory. When he first heard the news, he was shocked. Someone had destroyed the sentry tower of the Great Zhou Dynasty before him. This was a good thing. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. He had also brought 2 peak of the true energy realm experts to cross the river first. The main force was probably behind. However, someone had actually found the sentry tower of the Great Zhou Dynasty before him. This meant that there were only 2 possibilities. 1. There was a spy in the Great Zhou Dynasty and he destroyed the pagoda suppressing stone. 2. There was an expert in the Great Tang Dynasty. Not long after this voice rang out, he heard the news that his own pagoda suppressing stone had been destroyed. He immediately said, "Forget it, continue searching." The pagoda suppressing stone was the key to this dynasty war. This was not a competition of who could destroy the most, but who could destroy it first. Having an expert was a good thing. 2 hours later, Tang Tian also found another sentry tower. Furthermore, it was also an unguarded tower. The second pagoda suppressing stone of the Great Zhou Dynasty has been destroyed. When he heard the news, Zhou Luan, who was in the territory of the Great Tang Dynasty, was shocked. Within 2 hours, 2 sentry towers were destroyed. Furthermore, the distance between the 2 sentry towers was very far. Hence, it was impossible for the same group to do it. Damn it, Tang Tian is actually moving alone. Zhou Luan guessed in his heart. Then he directly said, "The 3 of you, split up and search. If you find him, use the sky-piercing cannon." "Yes, Your Highness." The 3 peak of the true energy realm nodded and turned to leave. If they were to move together, the consequences would be unimaginable. Another few hours passed. After destroying the first sentry tower, Yi Xian found another one. However, he realized that the pagoda suppressing stone at the top of this sentry tower had been destroyed. Did Tang Tian do it? Yi Xian surveyed the surroundings from the top of the sentry tower. Previously, he came from the edge of the valley and destroyed the first sentry tower, which was the one closest to the edge. The one they had found was the closest one to that one. It seemed that Tang Tian had gone to the sentry tower in the middle. End of chapter. Chapter 170. If the Great Zhou Dynasty really only has 2 watchtowers, then it must be the 2 on the other side. If one is lost, then they can immediately reinforce the other. A picture appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Assuming that the first watchtower he dismantled was number 1, and the one below him was number 2, then Tang Tian should be looking for number 3. As for number 4 and 5, they should be the watchtowers guarded by hundreds of people from the Great Zhou Dynasty. TSK 20 teams, for 100 people guarding the watchtowers, I can't let Tang Tian steal them. Yi Xian thought to himself. After confirming the direction, he quickly rushed out. Hundreds of geniuses, they must be very rich. If he could dismantle a watchtower alone, then he could probably level up again. Immediately, he walked towards the other side of the valley. This time, he wanted to go to number 5 watchtower because Tang Tian had already left for 2 hours. Yi Xian estimated that he only needed 1 day to find number 5 watchtower. Then, he would spend some time to kill the opponent, then he would be able to break through to True Darkness Realm. In fact, at the beginning Yi Xian had a plan, which was to not cross the river and directly kill his own people to level up. However, this method was too cruel and would easily expose his identity. After all, this was not a single battle, there was still a second battle. If his identity was exposed, he was not afraid of being alone, but Zhao Pan and Xianxia would become the target of everyone, so he did not dare to act recklessly. However, a few hours after he left number 2 watchtower, a voice sounded in the sky. The great Tang dynasty's second watchtower stone has been destroyed. Upon hearing this news, Yi Xian's footsteps paused. There were people guarding all 5 watchtowers of the great Tang dynasty, but 2 watchtowers had already been destroyed, which meant that hundreds of people had died. However, the number of people did not matter. After all, under normal circumstances, it would not be a draw. Not long after this news, the 3rd watchtower of the great Zhou dynasty was also dismantled, probably by Tang Tian. At this time, Zhou Luan, who was in the great Tang dynasty's territory, panicked. The great Zhou dynasty only had 2 watchtowers left, while the great Tang dynasty still had 3 watchtowers, and they were all guarded. If this continued, he would be the one to lose. However, if he rushed back now, it would take 2 to 3 days, it would be too late. Therefore, they could only fight. The great Tang dynasty's 3rd pagoda stone has been destroyed. When this sentence resounded through the sky, everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme. The battle between the dynasties had reached its climax. No one would have thought that it would only take 3 days for the battle to reach its climax. It was estimated that in another 2 days, the outcome would be decided. In the current situation, the great Tang dynasty had the advantage, but the remaining 2 sentry towers of the great Zhou dynasty were not so easy to take. After a day of traveling, Yi Xian finally found the great Zhou dynasty's number 5 sentry tower. At this moment, he used the supersonic bat bloodline to clearly sense that there were many people inside and outside the sentry tower. There were at least 100 of them. There are too few people. There should only be 5 teams. It seems that the remaining 15 teams are guarding the 4th tower. Oh, if we directly charge in, I'm afraid we'll be besieged. We need to exhaust their fighting strength bit by bit. He had been to the sentry tower before, so he understood its internal structure. Therefore, he guessed that there should be about 50 people in the sentry tower, and 50 people guarding outside. Therefore, his goal was to eliminate the 50 people outside first. If it was before, he would not have much confidence in facing so many people, but now that he had broken through, even Zhou Luan would not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, he directly killed his way out. Enemy sneak attack. After a few warriors were killed, someone immediately shouted. These people were scattered, so Yi Xian could not kill all 9 of them at once. However, this did not matter. It was only a matter of time before he killed all of them. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of cold light flashed, and rumbles continuously came from the forest. The arrows of violence and chaos were not always accurate. In a short while, a large number of trees fell. Because it was broad daylight, Yi Xian had been discovered. At this moment, there were at least 20 people following behind him. Forget it, no more guerrilla warfare. Let's fight to our heart's content. Yi Xian suddenly put away his star-chasing bow, paused for a moment, and then quickly flew back. Bastards, prepare to die. Yi Xian shouted loudly as he suddenly swept out with his sword. Spirit-level martial art, single word spirit light slash. This huge slash cut through the silence, instantly cutting down the trees blocking the way. The cut was very neat. Some people didn't manage to dodge and were directly chopped in half. Someone felt the strength of this true essence and immediately shouted, "It's a peak true element realm expert. Quickly go back and call for experts." Wanna leave? Have you asked for my permission? In an instant, Yi Xian transformed into a great killing god. Buddha's hand. Single word spirit light slash. Myriad flower sword. Tiger wolf roar. No one could withstand his move. After one move, someone was bound to die. In less than 10 seconds, the 20 people who chased after him were all dead. Yi Xian was also very nimble. He quickly collected these people's belongings and directly devoured them. The devouring system had a troublesome aspect. It could not directly devour the items in the interspatial ring. If the interspatial ring was devoured, the items inside would disappear. No one knew where they went. After devouring the items of these 20 people, Yi Xian's true essence strength increased by a lot. At this moment, his devouring points had reached more than 9 million. He was just a little bit away from 10 million. Then he returned to the sentry tower. "Since you're here, why don't you dare show yourself?" Suddenly, a shout rang out. Yi Xian looked over 100 meters away and saw a figure appear at the entrance of the tower. It should be a peak true element realm expert. "Don't dare!" Yi Xian sneered and walked straight out. When the experts of the Great Zhou dynasty saw him, they were shocked. "Only one person? Just you?" The peak true element realm expert was surprised. "Only one person dared to come, he was courting death." "Yes, just me. But why do I feel like I can kill all of you by myself?" Yi Xian suddenly laughed. "Ha, this is too funny. You want to kill all of us by yourself?" Suddenly, someone laughed. The great Tang dynasty's crown prince, Tang Tian. Although I have never seen him before, I have seen his portrait. If it was Tang Tian, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to stop him. However, you are not him. The peak true energy boundary cultivator shook his head. "Yes, I am not Tang Tian. But I feel like I can kill all of you," Yi Xian said as he took out his cold light sword. End of chapter. Chapter 171. Is that so? Then come and try. The martial artist at the peak of the true energy boundary also took out a large blade. It was obviously not an ordinary weapon. The two sides were in a deadlock for about 2 seconds. Kill! A huge battle was about to break out. In an instant, countless attacks swept towards Yi Xian. But before that, Yi Xian's body had already formed a layer of protection. Lotus armor. The 30 people around him were all geniuses of the true energy boundary, but the difference between them and Yi Xian was too great. Their attacks did not pose any threat to him. The only one who could truly threaten Yi Xian was this martial artist at the peak of the true energy boundary in front of him. However, his threat only lasted for a second. Roar of the tiger and wolf. Gotcha! Yi Xian dodged his large blade in an instant and punched his heart. His sternum shattered as the violent true energy tore his heart apart. Instant kill. More importantly, Yi Xian still withstood the attacks of 30 people and killed him in an instant. What, he was killed in an instant? Impossible, he's not Tang Tian. He can't have such strength. His fist and speed are so fast. Even a martial artist who trains his body can't be so fast. His defensive martial art is about to break. Everyone continue attacking. Those who originally wanted to escape had their eyes lit up when they saw Yi Xian's lotus armor withstanding a large number of attacks. But in the next moment, they dispersed in an uproar. How naive! Did they think that they could kill Yi Xian just because they defeated his lotus armor? Just now, Yi Xian only used the lotus armor to kill people. Now that he was here, why would he stand there and let others hit him? After taking the universe ring of the martial artist at the peak of the true energy boundary, he instantly turned into a shadow and stepped on a lotus, sweeping in front of everyone. Gotcha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. One by one, people fell down. They all died from having their hearts crushed. Some of them realized that they were no match for Yi Xian, so they quickly turned around and fled. Naturally, Yi Xian would not let these people go. He clenched his left hand and the star-chasing bow appeared in his hand. Sharpshooter. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Yi Xian gave priority to those who tried to escape. In less than 10 seconds, all 30 of them died at the hands of Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian devoured all of their Qian Kun rings. 1 million devour points. Awesome! Yi Xian roared in his heart. He had already killed the 50 people guarding the bottom of the stone tower. Now, it was time to deal with the people guarding the stone tower. Immediately, he condensed a true yuan lotus flower and rushed in. The enemy is here. Everyone be careful. Someone shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, he had already become a corpse. Yi Xian began a frenzied slaughter. Every time he killed someone, he would take their Qian Kun ring. The true spirit realm cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty had all been sent to the Great Tang dynasty's territory. Therefore, the people guarding the stone tower were all elites. However, their attacks were completely useless against Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed his way up. He was invincible. No one could withstand even one of his attacks. However, after he killed more than 20 people, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He had already reached the center of the stone tower. There was a large open space here, which was very suitable for battle. However, there was not a single person here. No, there was someone here. Although Yi Xian could not see with his eyes, the supersonic bat sent back information that there were 10 people on this large platform. At this moment, Yi Xian's intermediate formation-breaking master bloodline suddenly reacted. After accumulating enough points, Yi Xian upgraded all the bloodlines in his body that could be upgraded, including his formation-breaking master bloodline. So, it's an illusory formation. A smokescreen. Yi Xian suddenly grinned. Although he could not see anyone with his eyes, he could sense their location. Moreover, he had already found the flaw in this formation. It's not fun to break the formation. Let's go. Yi Xian smiled again. He deliberately deactivated his lotus armor and rushed in with his sword. When these people saw Yi Xian rush in without any protection, they immediately smiled. Under someone's instructions, they suddenly launched an attack. Kill! 10 attacks were launched at Yi Xian in unison. However, before they could finish speaking, Yi Xian had already formed a lotus. His true energy lotus appeared. At the same time, his figure flashed and dodged all the attacks. Haha, do you think I don't know there's someone here? Yi Xian's hearty voice rang in everyone's ears, shocking them. By the time they reacted, 4 people had already died at the hands of Yi Xian. At the same time, a muffled sound was heard. Then, the illusory formation on the ground collapsed. There were only 6 people left. Kill! A young man with sword-like eyebrows shouted and charged forward. Yi Xian snorted coldly and punched him in the chest. Then, the young man fell limp and died with his eyes wide open. Yi Xian noticed that the true energy flowed to his feet. In other words, he was the one who set up the illusory formation. It's said that not many people know how to set up formations. You can be considered a genius. However, I specialize in stepping on geniuses like you. Rest in peace. Yi Xian said to the young man's corpse and then charged forward again. This young man was already the most powerful person in the pagoda. In other words, the remaining dozen people were nothing to be afraid of. Not long after, the dozen people became corpses. Yi Xian reached the top of the pagoda and punched the pagoda stone. The 4th pagoda stone of the Great Zhou dynasty has been destroyed. A person's voice sounded in the sky. Now, the Great Zhou dynasty only had 1 pagoda stone left. As long as it was destroyed, the Great Tang dynasty would win. Ah! Yi Xian cracked a smile. He had destroyed 2 pagoda stones by himself. This was a good result. Then, he devoured everything, and his Devourer point soared again, reaching more than 14 million. However, this was not enough. If he wanted to level up, he had to go to the 4th pagoda. Now that the Great Zhou dynasty only has 1 pagoda stone left, Tang Tian should be there too. When the time comes, we will join forces. What is 300 people? Yi Xian licked his lips. If possible, he would like to face it alone. 300 people. That was 300 interspatial rings. If he could get his hands on them, he would definitely be able to break through to the true darkness realm. At this thought, Yi Xian set off immediately. He only wanted to be there half an hour before Tang Tian. In half an hour, he would definitely destroy the pagoda stone on the pagoda alone. End of chapter. Chapter 172. However, things were not always smooth sailing. By the time Yi Xian found the last sentry tower of the Great Zhou dynasty, 3 hours had already passed. At the same time, there was already a battle under the sentry tower. It really is Tang Tian. Damn it, we can't let him steal too much. Kill. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately killed his way out. At the same time, under the 4th sentry tower of the Great Zhou dynasty, hundreds of people were already fighting. The crown prince of the Great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian, was rushing towards the sentry tower under the protection of 2 elites at the peak of the true energy realm. Before Yi Xian came out, he had investigated and found that there were more than 250 people under the sentry tower. There were 3 layers of people guarding the sentry tower. Even Tang Tian could not withstand the attacks of so many people. If he wanted to enter, he would need to put in some effort. Your Highness, we have killed more than 30 people this time. It's about time. Let's retreat and recover. Otherwise, we won't have enough true energy. A peak of the true energy realm from the great Tang dynasty said, "No, victory is right in front of us. This is the last tower. As long as we destroy the tower suppression stone, we will have a chance to enter the heavenly abode." That is the heavenly abode. Tang Tian shouted. He was not just anyone, he was the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He knew what the heavenly abode represented. Before the assessment, he was tested to have an outstanding talent. Even if he did not participate in the assessment, he could still be accepted into the heavenly abode. However, he decided to participate in the assessment. After so many years, many people from the great Tang dynasty had entered the soaring heaven mansion. However, none of them had entered the heavenly abode. As long as he could enter the heavenly abode, the entire situation of the North region would change. The 4th tower suppression stone of the great Tang dynasty has been destroyed. At this moment, the voice of the examiner rang in the sky. After hearing this, Tang Tian's eyes became determined. He shouted, "We can't retreat. Kill all the way." The 2 guards looked at each other and could only nod silently in the end. They were also from the great Tang dynasty and were trained by the royal family. Hence, they were extremely loyal to Tang Tian. "Kill!" Tang Tian shouted. He went against the countless sword lights and slowly approached the stone tower. However, right at that moment, a series of explosions rang out from nearby, along with the screams of some people. Everyone be careful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page, enemies. When this sentence landed in Tang Tian's ears, his eyes lit up. Were the people from the great Tang dynasty finally here? Ha, victory is mine. Tang Tian and the other 2 people's morale soared. The person who suddenly attacked was naturally Yi Xian. However, he had come out from behind the enemy. Tang Tian was the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty and possessed an endless amount of wealth. Whatever he wanted, the imperial family would give him. However, Yi Xian was different. He was just a small fry, so he had to earn his own cultivation resources. Therefore, every time he killed someone, he had to collect the interspatial ring. Buddha's hand. Horizontal line spiritual slash. Tiger wolf roar. Myriad flower sword. Yi Xian was also in a killing frenzy. He had only joined the battle for less than 10 seconds, but he had already killed over 20 people. That unparalleled speed and the lotus armor formed by the true energy of the peak of the true energy boundary made him fearless of anyone's attacks. As he killed, he moved closer to Tang Tian. As long as the 2 of them worked together, they could directly rush into the stone tower. Now, the 4th stone of the great Tang dynasty and the great Zhou dynasty had already been destroyed. Although the former had just given a warning, they could not let their guard down. After all, what if the other party was attacking from both sides? Who knew, the people from the great Zhou dynasty might have already reached the 5th stone of the great Tang dynasty. Therefore, they had to end the battle quickly. And Tang Tian seemed to have the intention of meeting up with Yi Xian. He moved closer to Yi Xian. Half a minute later, they also successfully met up. However, when Tang Tian saw Yi Xian, he was shocked. Although this face was unfamiliar, he could sense the identity token of the great Tang dynasty on Yi Xian. He was on the same side. "Why is it only you?" Tang Tian was shocked. Yi Xian snorted in his heart and shouted, "It's just me, it's enough." After saying that, he slashed with his sword. One word spirit light slash. A middle-grade spirit-level martial art coupled with the realm of the peak of the true energy boundary allowed this slash to directly cut a few people in half. This move was very useful, but the only drawback was that after using it once, the meridians would be blocked and could not be used continuously. It required a period of time to recuperate. So strong, he's not from those high-ranked empires. Where did he come from? Tang Tian felt that Yi Xian's face was very unfamiliar. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this person is from the Great Zhou dynasty and pretended to be from the Great Tang dynasty? First, he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, then sneak up on me? Tang Tian's eyes suddenly froze. If that was really the case, then it was dangerous. Brother, help me open up a path, I want to rush up. Tang Tian shouted at Yi Xian. No problem. Yi Xian said very straightforwardly. He immediately picked up the cold light sword, then rushed up like an arrow and started to beat people crazily. Pagoda hand. Pagoda hand. He started to use a middle-grade spirit-level martial art to open up a path, sending people flying, opening up a path for Tang Tian to reach the entrance of the stone pagoda. While Tang Tian was killing, he was also pondering. Yi Xian's strength already made him somewhat fearful. If Yi Xian was really from the Great Zhou dynasty and suddenly ambushed him at such a crucial moment, then... No, I'd rather kill wrongly than let him go. Tang Tian had already made up his mind. As long as Yi Xian helped him open up a path to the bottom of the stone pagoda, then he could rush to the top of the pagoda alone without the help of others. As long as the path was clear, then it would be time for him to kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not know of his plan, and was only doing his best to help him open up a path. He killed one person with one punch. His method was extremely ruthless. If it was a normal day, no one would doubt it. However, it was a war between empires. Sacrificing so few people in exchange for victory, what was wrong with that? The more Tang Tian thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. His left hand was already secretly gathering spiritual power. With the addition of Yi Xian, the pressure on Tang Tian lessened by a lot. Very quickly, he rushed to the bottom of the stone pagoda. All right, you go up, I'll help you block. Yi Xian innocently turned his head and shouted. Thank you. Tang Tian thanked him and rushed up like an arrow. However, when he passed by Yi Xian, he suddenly threw out a punch. Upper grade spirit level martial art, wind cloud palm. Tang Tian's sudden attack was out of Yi Xian's expectations. However, the latter's reaction was not slow either. In a flash, he completed a series of actions. End of chapter. Chapter 173. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you ungrateful dog, Azure Dragon strength, die for me. Boom. A fist and a palm collided. The collision of the two different types of energy instantly created 1,000 layers of shockwaves. The two guards at the peak of the true energy boundary did not even have time to react before they were pushed back. Then they saw the crown prince of the Great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian, fly out. How was this possible? But this was the truth. What Yi Xian used just now was not a lower-grade spiritual level martial art. It was a middle-grade spiritual level martial art, the Azure Dragon strength. Although Tang Tian was using a high-grade spirit level martial art, Yi Xian had a pair of mid-grade spirit artifacts, the Heavenly Silkworm's Snow Silkworm hands. Adding his strength, it was more than enough to send Tang Tian flying. Your Highness. After the two guards at the peak of the true energy boundary were shocked, they quickly dashed towards Tang Tian. As for Yi Xian, he covered his left arm and took a few steps back. Although he had sent Tang Tian flying, his opponent had used a palm technique. The energy had directly penetrated his left arm. Immediately, he spent a large amount of devouring points to exchange for a healing pill and swallowed it. Damn it, I will remember this. Yi Xian did not care about his opponent and did not enter. He just guarded the entrance of the stone tower. He felt that the Great Zhou dynasty would not be able to kill their way to the Great Tang dynasty's 5th century tower so quickly. Hence, he wanted to continue and obtain more universe rings. From the time he joined the battle until now, he had only killed slightly more than 40 people and obtained slightly more than 40 universe rings. At this moment, Tang Tian had also returned with the help of the two guards. Where are you from? Tang Tian asked loudly, his left hand trembling. The Great Tang Dynasty. Yi Xian only replied with 4 words. He also knew that Tang Tian had only attacked him because he suspected him. Then why are you blocking the entrance? One of the guards beside Tang Tian shouted. Then why don't you ask your master why he attacked me? Yi Xian's eyes widened. If not for Tang Tian's sudden sneak attack, the battle would have ended. Tang Tian also could not figure out which side Yi Xian was on, so he continued to ask, Then what will make you willing to move aside? Just now, Yi Xian's punch had also stunned him. If Yi Xian suddenly defected to the Great Zhou dynasty, he would be worth at least 200 geniuses of the Great Zhou dynasty. And after killing for so long, he once again used a high-grade spirit-level martial art. Therefore, there was not much Xian Qi left in his body. If he were to use another high-grade spirit-level martial art, he would have to retreat and recover. 50 interspatial rings, Yi Xian stated. All right. Tang Tian agreed and started killing people. He knew that Yi Xian was doing this for the heaven and earth ring and not for victory. No matter which side Yi Xian belonged to, as long as it was for the sake of profit, everything was negotiable. 50 people, to Tang Tian and the other two, was not a difficult task. At this time, the battle had already been going on for quite some time. More than half of the 250 people on the ground had been killed. As long as they killed a few more, the remaining people would probably flee. Very quickly, the target of 50 people was reached, and Yi Xian took this opportunity to kill more than 30 people. For you! Tang Tian and the other two gathered the interspatial rings and threw them to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught them and immediately ran in a direction, opening a path for them. I'll go up, you guys guard the door. Tang Tian saw this and immediately shouted to the two guards. Yes. Yi Xian glanced at them and snorted in his heart. The direction he was running in was where Tang Tian started. Tang Tian was not short of money, so he did not collect the interspatial rings after killing people. There were many corpses there. Not good, Tang Tian is already rushing up. What do we do? We're going to lose. What else can we do? Run. At least we'll still be alive if we lose, even if it's the Huang residence. At this time, there were only a few dozen people left on the ground. Immediately they scattered. Finally started to run? TSK, stay here for me. Yi Xian suddenly stopped and took out his star-chasing bow. Sharpshooter. 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 Although his left hand was injured, after consuming a few 100,000 Devour points worth of healing pills, it was completely healed. Of the geniuses who ran, more than 20 were killed by Yi Xian. As for the rest, Yi Xian was too lazy to chase them. Cleaning up the battlefield was more important. He quickly cleaned up, without counting, he directly threw the items into the Devour space. 9 million Devour points? When Yi Xian saw the explosive increase in his body, he was shocked. After accumulating the points, he was also shocked. Not only that, but the true yuan in his body had also expanded by a lot. He could already feel that he was just a little bit away from breaking through that shackle. He did not think further and quickly rushed to the bottom of the stone tower. Stop right there. When the two guards at the peak of the true energy realm saw that Yi Xian wanted to enter, they immediately stopped him. Get out of my way. The two guards were easily sent flying by Yi Xian. If not for Tang Tian, they would have been dead already. Yi Xian rushed into the stone tower. As expected, Tang Tian did not take the universe rings. I'm lucky. I'll take them. Yi Xian was overjoyed and started to take the universe rings again. 5 stones. 10 stones. 15 stones. 20 stones. The two guards also rushed in, but they were not as fast as Yi Xian, who was taking the universe rings and climbing the tower at the same time. Just as Yi Xian collected 30 stones, a loud sound came from the sky. The Great Zhou Dynasty's 5th pagoda stone has been destroyed. The Great Tang Dynasty wins. When they heard this voice, everyone stopped what they were doing. It's over? Yeah. The Great Tang Dynasty's geniuses roared at the sky. It was finally over, and they had won. However, Yi Xian could not be bothered. He still had many universe rings that he had not collected. When he collected the last person's universe ring, he finally reached the top of the tower. At this time, there was already a person at the top of the tower. It was Tang Tian, who looked pale and weak because he had exhausted a lot of his celestial qi and physical strength. Tang Tian looked at Yi Xian, who was charging over, with a face full of vigilance. He asked, "Where exactly are you from?" When Yi Xian heard this, he snorted, "I'm on your side." "Are you sure?" Tang Tian glared at him. "It's over now. What's the use of lying to you?" Yi Xian continued to snort. Just as those words left his mouth, the old voice rang out in the sky again. The battle between the dynasties has ended. No one is allowed to fight anymore. Those who violate this rule will be disqualified. Initially, there were still people fighting, but now they had no choice but to fight. They did not know if there would be envoys from the Soaring Sky Mansion riding on Soaring Sky rocks watching them from the sky. If you're really from the Great Tang Dynasty's camp, I'm willing to apologize for my actions just now. Tang Tian was a person who knew when to let go, so he immediately cupped his fists and said, End of chapter. Chapter 174. Yi Xian did not say anything. He could not be bothered with him and began to rummage through the items in the universe rings. To be honest, if Tang Tian was not the crown prince of the Great Tang Dynasty, he would have taken the opportunity to kill him when he sent Tang Tian flying. As the crown prince of the Great Tang Dynasty, his universe rings must be of high quality. They must be filled with cultivation resources. It was a pity that Tang Tian's identity was extraordinary. If he killed him, the profound Sun Empire would definitely be destroyed. Everyone, please follow the instructions and gather at the nearest sentry tower. The voice of the examiner sounded in the sky again. Immediately after, Yi Xian could not help but look up. He discovered that a soaring sky rock had begun to descend slowly. As expected, there was a soaring sky rock on every sentry tower. There are hundreds of soaring sky envoys who have gone to various empires to receive people. I am afraid that these people are watching our every move from above the valley, Yi Xian thought to himself. Very quickly, the soaring sky rock descended to the top of the sentry tower. Then a person jumped up. When Yi Xian saw the person clearly, he was shocked. This person was the Soaring Sky Mansion envoy, Emowen, who had gone to the profound Sun Empire to receive the three of them. Yi Xian, not bad. Emowen jumped over and said to Yi Xian, Senior, you flatter me, Yi Xian said humbly. Tang Tian also had some impression of Emowen. Now, he could also confirm that Yi Xian was indeed from the Great Tang Dynasty. Emowen did not say much. He took out some red plants from his universe ring and lit them up. After the red plants were burned, they produced thick red smoke. Moreover, the smoke could rise to a very high place and would not be blown away by the wind. If there were people around, they could follow the red smoke to the stone tower. At the same time, Yi Xian also emptied the plants and swallowed them. Regrettably, he still could not break through to the true profundity realm. His body was still full of true essence and not profound qi. However, Yi Xian was satisfied. His ability had improved a lot compared to before. After all, every time he swallowed something, the strength of his true essence would increase. Even though they were all at the pinnacle of the true essence realm, there was still a difference. Right now, Yi Xian's devouring points had already exceeded 20 million. He was very close to 25 million. If he had not changed to a medium-grade spiritual level martial art. TSK. Yi Xian laughed loudly in his heart as he faced nearly 25 million devour points. He'd already forgotten how many points he had when he entered the valley. In any case, it was very rare. However, if he wanted to upgrade all of his bloodlines to the high rank, these devouring points would be far from enough. Just the 100 Beast bloodline alone was already more than enough. However, he had already filled up the 100 Beast Essence blood slot. As long as his cultivation level was high enough, he would be able to fuse with it. There was no need to buy it with devouring points. After that, Yi Xian rode on Emowen's soaring sky rock and started to wander around to pick up people. Some were from the Great Zhou Dynasty, while others were from the Great Tang Dynasty. He just didn't know how many survivors were left in the two dynasties. As for Zhao Pan and Xianxia, they also heard the voice in the sky and walked out from their hidden cave. Then they were taken away. A few days later, everyone was taken to the front of a valley. Many envoys from the Lingxiao mansion had come as well. The two main examiners of the dynasty battle stood on one side. Yi Xian brought Zhao Pan and Xianxia to Elder Yang Tai's camp. Guardians, start identifying people. If you find anyone standing in the wrong place, immediately disqualify them. Yang Tai shouted. The Tang dynasty had won this dynasty battle. Under normal circumstances, no one from the Tang dynasty would go to the Great Zhou dynasty. However, it was uncertain whether someone would pretend to be from the Tang dynasty camp. When the guardians heard the order, they immediately brought the people to the side. However, not all of them were still alive. Many had died in the dynasty battle. Mo Wen also jumped down. Then he brought Yi Xian and Zhao Pan to the side. This dynasty battle is too intense. I remember that there were more than 500 people at the start. Now, there are only 200 people left, Zhao Pan said in shock after doing a rough calculation. This can't be helped. After all, 4 of our sentry towers were taken down. Here, there are more than 200 people. This chapter is not finished yet. Please turn the page. Also, when they met the enemy in the forest and a group battle broke out, they died in groups. It is not bad to have more than 200 people left, Yi Xian said slowly. At the same time, he glanced at the great Zhou dynasty camp. The other side only had 100 people left. More than 400 people had died. It was estimated that half of them had died at his hands. The guardians had finished identifying people. No one from the great Zhou dynasty had pretended to be from the Tang dynasty. Since the Tang dynasty had won, they would lose the second round and enter the Hell's Manor. Even if the great Zhou dynasty won the second round, they would only enter the Profound department. Although the difference between the Hell's Manor and the Profound department was only 1 level, the difference was still quite big. After the guardians had finished identifying, Elder Yang Tai suddenly fell silent. Then, Mo Wen asked, Yi Xian, your performance in this dynasty battle was not bad. I hope you can continue in the second round. This Mo Wen, could it be that he has been following me? Yi Xian was astonished. However, he did not think too much about it and immediately nodded in response. Then, Mo Wen turned his head to look at Zhao Pan and Xianxia. He said, even though the great Tang dynasty has won the battle and can enter the Profound department at the very least, those who survived will not be able to enter the Profound department. With the abilities of the 2 of you, it will be difficult for you to enter the Profound department. At this moment, Yi Xian thought of a problem. He said, Brother Fatty, how is your martial arts practice? Zhao Pan did not even think about it. He sighed and said, if we were given a month, we might be able to. However, it has only been a few days. I am afraid I have not even touched the threshold. Xianxia also nodded. This was going to be troublesome. Yi Xian did not take the time into account. Now that Zhao Pan did not have the medium-grade spiritual level martial arts, it would not be easy for him to pass the assessment. Are you practicing the medium-grade spiritual level martial arts? If you have mastered it, you might have a chance. However, if you have not, the chances are not high. As Mo Wen spoke, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. He continued, if you want to enter the Lingxiao Manor, you must survive the second round of the dynasty battle. This is the first condition. The second condition is to gain our approval. Yi Xian is enough, but the 2 of you are not. This is because the quota is limited and the Hell's Manor only has 20. 20? Yi Xian was shocked. He said, that is to say, out of these 200 people, only 20 will enter the Profound department. If it is the heavenly abode, the number will be less than half? End of chapter. Chapter 175. The number of recognized quotas is related to the dynasty's ranking. If you lose the second round, then 20 people will enter the Hell Manor. If you win, then 10 people will enter the best heavenly abode, Mo Wen replied. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded. However, only 10 people could enter the heavenly abode. This condition was a little too harsh. There were at least 2,000 people in the 4 big dynasties. Even if the great Tang dynasty got second place, they would only have 20 quotas. Also, Zhao Pan and Xianxia were only at the beginning stage of the true energy realm. There were many people stronger than them. However, just then Mo Wen suddenly said, if you choose to give up on the second round of the dynasty battle, then I can send the 2 of you directly to the Profound department manor. Really? Hearing this, Zhao Pan and Xianxia's eyes lit up. That's right. Mo Wen nodded and said, however, with your qualifications, it will be a little difficult for you to enter the Profound department manor. Also, after you enter, you will feel a huge pressure. If you do not meet the requirements, then you will be demoted to the Yellow department manor. If you do not meet the requirements, you will be expelled from the Lingxiao manor. Being expelled from the sect was not uncommon, so Zhao Pan was not surprised. I am willing to give up and enter the profound department manor, Zhao Pan said hurriedly. Me too. All right. Mo Wen nodded again. Yi Xian, your ability is not bad. I will leave a spot for you as long as you can survive. Actually, Zhao Pan and Xianxia would at most enter the yellow department manor. However, Mo Wen thought highly of Yi Xian, so he gave him special treatment. Thank you, Lord Envoy. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. However, he felt that with his ability, he definitely had the ability to get a quota. After all, he was someone who could even send Tang Tian flying. The other protectors were also asking questions. Soon, they left with their men. After the first round of the dynasty battle, there was a 3-day break. After 3 days, the second round of the dynasty battle would begin. The winner would fight the winner, and the loser would fight the loser. This would determine the final order. Yi Xian chose to continue, so Mo Wen brought him to another place to stay. As for Zhao Pan and Xianxia, they were directly sent to the profound department manor. Fatty Bro has finally entered the soaring heaven mansion. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he was the only one participating in the second dynasty battle, he felt a lot more relaxed. He didn't have to worry about Zhao Pan and the other two anymore. After entering the soaring sky mansion, if one did not meet the requirements, there was a risk of being expelled. However, Fatty Bro entered the profound department. If he did not meet the requirements, he would first be demoted to the yellow department. After entering the yellow department, if he did not meet the requirements of the yellow department, he would be expelled from the sect. As long as Zhao Pan didn't leave the soaring heaven mansion, the profound Sun Empire would be protected. Not many people would dare to make a move against the profound Sun Empire. 3 days later, the second battle between the dynasties would begin. He wondered which dynasty his opponent would be. The Great Tang Dynasty, the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Great Song Dynasty, and the Great Yan Dynasty. The Great Tang Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty were similar in strength, while the Great Song Dynasty and the Great Yan Dynasty were the strongest. To be precise, the Great Song Dynasty was slightly stronger. Simply put, the Great Tang Dynasty's next opponent would be either the Great Song or the Great Yan. This was a little troublesome, because these two dynasties both had super geniuses in the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. Yi Xian was also relatively calm. After all, he could enter the Hell Department at the very least, which was already considered not bad. Right now, he was in the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to the true profundity realm. Although he was just a little bit away, it was not something that could be improved by selling a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, he did not have the materials to forge a medium-grade spiritual weapon. However, he did have a medium-grade spiritual-level martial art that was not bought from the devouring system. It was the Buddha's hand that he got from Lin Zhirong. However, the second battle between the dynasties would be in 3 days. In such a short time, others would not be able to learn it. My head hurts. How can I level up? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, he could not think of any solution. It seemed that he could only level up in the second battle between the dynasties. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside his courtyard. This person did not knock on the door and just walked in directly. After seeing this person, Yi Xian's expression froze. This was because this person was the Great Tang Dynasty's crown prince, Tang Tian. Your Highness, what's the matter? Yi Xian did not get up. He just sat there and asked. Tang Tian snorted coldly in his heart. He walked in front of Yi Xian and cupped his fists. I have offended you that day. Please forgive me. It's fine. Although I have an identity token, Your Highness has never seen me before. It's normal that you don't recognize me, Yi Xian said casually. All right, I'm here today for other matters. I'll get straight to the point, Tang Tian said. Tang Tian said, this time, for my Great Tang Dynasty to be able to win, you also contributed a lot. However, in the next battle, we will be facing an opponent stronger than the Great Zhou Dynasty. Although I don't know who it is, The Song dynasty and the Yan dynasty both have people in the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. I can't beat them alone. I need your help. I'm also from the great Tang dynasty. Your Highness, you don't have to worry, Yi Xian said. That's not what I mean. I'm saying that I want you to listen to my orders, Tang Tian said hurriedly. Orders? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Orders meant that he would be Tang Tian's underling. He would do whatever Tang Tian wanted him to do. What kind of joke was this? No. Yi Xian refused immediately. I can give you a reward that will definitely satisfy you, Tang Tian added. Hearing this, Yi Xian hesitated. However, he thought about what if Tang Tian wanted him to attract the opponent's genius in the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. Wouldn't that be asking him to die? No, I have my own thoughts. I will act on my own. Yi Xian still refused. Hearing this, Tang Tian immediately raged. Are you ignoring my identity, or are you doubting my ability? Before he came, he had done his homework and knew that Yi Xian came from a low-level empire. For someone from a low-level empire to be able to talk to him like this, it was already good enough. How dare he reject him? He really didn't know what was good for him. Yi Xian didn't buy it. He snorted. So what if you're the crown prince of a dynasty? I'm in the soaring heaven mansion now. There's no identity here, only power. Before he fought with Tang Tian, Yi Xian was still worried. However, after seeing Tang Tian's power, his confidence increased. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. What a big tone. Don't forget your identity. Your empire, I can send people to destroy it in minutes. Seeing that the temptation was not working, Tang Tai began to threaten. Yi Xian's face darkened. He said softly, Your Highness, are you trying to push me to an opponent? When he said this, Tang Tian's body trembled. End of chapter. Chapter 176. It was obvious that Yi Xian was not someone who would cower before the strong. If he really switched sides, then the great Tang dynasty would have no chance of winning. He immediately regretted it and said coldly, All right, then I will take a step back. You will assist me, but do not act on your own. If necessary, listen to my orders. Yi Xian also sneered. It seemed that Tang Tian was also afraid that he would turn to his opponent's side. This was for the best, he could negotiate the conditions. Crown Prince, what benefits do I get from assisting you? Yi Xian suddenly smiled. 100 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones. Tang Tian replied without thinking. Hearing this price, Yi Xian laughed out loud. Crown Prince, are you joking with me? You want to hire me with just 100 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones? 100 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade crystal stones. It was about the same price as a small team of 20 people previously. Without waiting for Tang Tian to speak, Yi Xian said again, 2,000 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones, or else there is no negotiation. Tang Tian immediately said unhappily, Such big words, aren't you afraid of dying? Humph, I did not argue with you when you sneaked an attack on me previously. Furthermore, I have already reached the bottleneck. Who knows, I might be able to break through to the true profound realm on the day of the assessment. When that time comes, I will be on the same level as you. Yi Xian smiled. Tang Tian was the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He definitely had many good things in his universe ring. He did not believe that Tang Tian could not take out 200,000 low-grade crystal stones. Tang Tian felt it for a moment and felt the true essence that Yi Xian was intentionally emitting. As expected, the strength was already on the verge of breaking through. However, 2,000 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones was not a small amount. It was equivalent to 200,000 low-grade crystal stones, which could buy a high-grade spirit weapon. 1,000 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones. Tang Tian started to bargain. Unexpectedly, after Yi Xian heard the price, he turned and left, preparing to rest in his room. All right, 2,000. Tang Tian gritted his teeth and agreed. He had also experienced Yi Xian's strength. Although it was not on par with him, if he had Yi Xian's help, he would have the ability to face that middle-stage true profound realm expert. Even if you don't have enough crystals, you can use heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yi Xian smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. Tang Tian suppressed his anger and started to pour out the items from the Qian Kun ring. Furthermore, the prices of some of the items' grid was very unstable. He had taken out quite a few things. Yi Xian put everything away and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I will be in seclusion for 3 days. Please return." After he finished speaking, he went straight into the house. After sensing that Tang Tian had left, he immediately swallowed more than half of the things he had obtained, leaving behind some for future use. Ding! The host has broken through to the true profound realm. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's true essence was completely converted into Xianxia. This was the benefit of the devouring system. When an ordinary person broke through, they would need to spend some time to convert their true essence. However, he did it all in an instant. Finally, I'm at the true profound realm. Yi Xian grinned and tried again. As expected, he was still unable to fuse with the high-grade blood meridians. Forget it, 45 million devouring points. Let me see if there are any new good things. Yi Xian immersed himself in the devouring system. Every time he broke through, new things would appear. It could be martial arts, weapons, treasures, or blood meridians. It had to be mentioned that there was a limit to the number of blood meridians. This limit would increase as the realm increased. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have exchanged for all the middle-grade blood meridians and not carefully selected them to fuse with. 3 days passed in a flash. When the 3rd day arrived, Yi Xian was already waiting at the designated place. Soon, the soaring sky rocks appeared again. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the place they went to this time was not the valley from 3 days ago, but another one. Could it be that the rules for the second battle of the dynasties are different? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Tang Tian, who was nearby, was the same. The soaring sky rocks placed the 200 people at the bottom of a cliff. Then, the elder of the soaring sky mansion said loudly, "This is the territory of the second battle of the dynasties. Your opponent has been decided. It is the Great Song Dynasty. As for the rules, it is very simple. As long as less than 50 people from the Great Zhou Dynasty die, you win. Similarly, if less than 50 people from the 200 of you die, you lose. Moreover, there is no time limit for this battle." When those words were spoken, the 200-plus people present were all shocked. Less than 50 people? No time limit? However, I will give you a chance here. Now, you can choose to withdraw. Those who withdraw can enter the yellow residence. Yang Tai added, the Great Tang Dynasty had already won one battle. If they lost this battle, then 20 people would enter the yellow residence. However, only 50 out of 200 people could survive. This was too cruel. Furthermore, their opponent was the Great Song Dynasty. The Great Song Dynasty was much stronger than the Great Tang Dynasty. Immediately, there were people who chose to withdraw, and there were quite a few of them. Damn it! Tang Tian cursed in the crowd. The battle had not even started, but the Great Tang Dynasty had already lost half of their people. People walked out one after another. Yi Xian did a rough calculation. Almost 100 people had left, which meant that there were only 100 people left. This isn't a good sign. Yi Xian felt extremely helpless in his heart. However, he also understood these people. After all, these people were not suicide squads. There was no need for them to risk their lives. It was already good enough that they could enter the yellow residence. Tang Tian's expression had already sunk to the bottom. He had spent a lot of money to get Yi Xian to help him. Who knew that the rules would be changed? Wasn't this a huge loss? Is there anyone who wants to withdraw? If not, let's begin. Yang Tai looked around again, then let the soaring cloud rock fly up. The second battle between the dynasties had begun. After the elders and protectors left, the crowd was silent for a moment. Your Highness, what should we do now? Someone asked. Tang Tian walked out and thought for a moment. He said, we have 100 people who have left. The Great Song Dynasty should have more as well. Therefore, we are not considered to be weak. However, the Great Song Dynasty's strength is extraordinary. If we go head-to-head, our Great Tang Dynasty will definitely lose. At this moment, a person suddenly walked out from the side. Your Highness, I have a plan. Would you like to hear it? Everyone turned around and saw that the person who walked out was none other than Yi Xian from a low-ranked empire. End of chapter. Chapter 177. This brat was actually not killed by Linjiro? Those who had seen Yi Xian thought so. Alright, tell me. Tang Tian nodded slightly. He could not think of a good plan at the moment. Yi Xian directly walked to the edge of the cliff and punched out, creating a huge hole in the cliff. My plan is very simple. We will dig a hole and let everyone in. Only those who are at the peak of true energy boundary and above will go out to kill. Yi Xian explained. What kind of plan is this? Everyone rolled their eyes at him. You call this a plan? If this cave is found, won't we all die in there? Yes, Great Song Dynasty's Adjudicator Song can probably take care of us by himself. It's too dangerous. No way. Immediately, someone objected. It won't be so easy to be found. Look at this. Yi Xian said as he pulled out his hand. Immediately after, the hole he created disappeared miraculously. What? Everyone was shocked. Illusion array? Tang Tian immediately reacted and exclaimed. Yi Xian smiled. That's right, it's an illusion array. As you can see, as long as we set up an illusion array at the entrance of the cave, as long as no one touches the cliff, we will not be discovered. Even if we are discovered, as long as they are not experts, we will be besieged by hundreds of people. This method is feasible. Tang Tian agreed. This array is not bad. Even I can't see through it. Furthermore, we are at the bottom of the cliff. Normal people will not stay here. As long as we don't make any noise, no one will discover us. Alright, I agree. Immediately, someone agreed. The speed at which they changed their attitude made Yi Xian speechless. Immediately, they began to dig the cave. Furthermore, they were more than 10 meters above the ground. Not only that, they also dug out a few backup caves. They even opened up a path of retreat for themselves. Even if someone discovered them, they could retreat from the back. After spending 2 hours, 6 more caves appeared on the cliff. These people all had universe rings, so they put away all the stones they had dug, leaving nothing behind. Following that, Yi Xian set up the Sheng Lu in each of the 6 caves, refracting the stone walls from elsewhere. After the dynasty war, the Great Tang Dynasty only had 4 peak true energy boundary experts left. This included Tang Tian's 2 bodyguards. Including Tang Tian and Yi Xian, there were only 6 people. After settling the others, the 6 of them left. There was no time limit for the Second Dynasty War, so they could take their time. The 6 of them moved cautiously through the forest. This time, the Great Song Dynasty had 2 outstanding geniuses. One was called Adjudicator Song, and the other was called Song Suijing. Adjudicator Song was the crown prince of the Great Song Dynasty, while Song Suijing was the princess. This pair of siblings had extremely high aptitudes. The 17-year-old Song Suijing was at the true profound realm like Tang Tian, while Adjudicator Song, who was a year older than Song Suijing, was already at the middle stage of the true profound realm. Tang Tian estimated that if the 6 of them met Adjudicator Song and Song Suijing at the same time, they would have to turn tail and run. Thus, they could only pray that they did not meet the 2 at the same time. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. They walked for more than 2 hours. Although this valley was much smaller than the previous one, it was not easy to meet people. At this time, there is a group of about 30 people ahead. Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Observe first, don't make a move. Tang Tian commanded. Although Yi Xian's eyesight was amazing, he relied on the blood meridians of the supersonic bat to sense. These 30 people were about 400 meters away from him. They were lying in ambush here, waiting for the other party to pass by. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The 6 of them held their breaths, waiting for Tang Tian's command. Don't make a move first. Wait for them to pass by and see if there are still people following them. Tang Tian said softly. Yi Xian nodded slightly. It had to be said that Tang Tian had some brains. Although these 30 people were scattered, they were orderly and were extremely careful, trying not to make any sound. If not for Yi Xian's supersonic positioning, it would have been difficult to discover them. No one is following us. Yi Xian reminded. Good, let's do it. Tang Tian bellowed, and his entire person rushed out like a cheetah. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian's group of 5. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, also rushed out. 2 True Darkness Realm martial artists and 4 Peak True Energy Realm martial artists. This combination could definitely kill all 30 people in 5 seconds. Swish, 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 swish. Their footsteps were also discovered by the group of people in front. Enemies! Someone shouted loudly. However, before the voice could be heard, Tang Tian and Yi Xian had already killed their way into the group. One word spirit light slash. Buddha's hand. Ever since Yi Xian's true energy was converted into profound qi, his attack power had greatly increased. As long as the opponent was not of the true darkness realm, they would instantly fall. The 2 of them instantly disrupted the opponent's formation, and only then did the 4 Peak True Energy Realm martial artists join in the battle. In a short 5 seconds, this group of 30 people was completely annihilated. Keep all the corpses in the universe ring. After confirming that no one had escaped, Tang Tian said. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally realized how stupid he had been previously. Although the devouring system could not devour human corpses or keep them in the devouring space, the universe ring could. The sad thing was that when he killed Lin Jirong, Yi Xian did not know about it, and only now did he understand. At that moment, he took off the universe rings of these people and kept their corpses in the universe ring, so that the corpses would not be discovered by others. From the beginning until now, it had only been 10 seconds. Killing 30 people in 10 seconds? If they could do it a few more times, it would be awesome. Before they set off, they had already discussed that the universe ring would belong to whoever killed them, so there was no need to worry about the distribution of the rings. Alright, let's continue forward. Tang Tian looked around and said. Previously he felt a little heartache, but now it seemed that Yi Xian was definitely worth the price. Not only did Yi Xian know how to set up formations, but he also gave him advice and could detect enemies from hundreds of meters away. Sometimes, a person could really decide the outcome of a battle. At that moment, Tang Tian felt that he could see the dawn of victory. They continued forward for a while, then hid again because Yi Xian had discovered another group. No one is following us. Yi Xian reminded. Do it. End of chapter. Chapter 178. Only 6 hours after the Second War, the Great Song Dynasty had already lost hundreds of people to Yi Xian's team. If the Great Song Dynasty had 300 people, they would only have 200 now. If this happened a few more times, the Great Tang Dynasty would be able to win easily. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. In a certain part of the forest, Tang Tian's team of 6 was hiding in the bushes. Yi Xian, can you discover the enemy at night? Tang Tian asked softly. After the sky darkened, there were many sounds of insects in the forest. Tang Tian guessed that Yi Xian relied on his ears to determine if there were enemies nearby. However, he guessed wrong. Yi Xian did not rely on his ears. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. That's good. If there are no accidents, we should be able to end this battle within 3 days. Tang Tian said satisfactorily. However, at this time, there are people coming. About 10 of them. Yi Xian suddenly said softly. Be alert and act according to the plan. Half a minute later, 10 figures entered Yi Xian's sight. Although it was night, the shadow leopard blood provided him with night vision, so he could see clearly. It's not a Judicator song. No one followed us. Yi Xian said softly. Tang Tian had shown him the portrait of a Judicator song before, so he could recognize him. It seemed that this small team was finished. Kill! Under Tang Tian's order, the 6 of them quickly rushed out and killed the 10 people. Yi Xian killed 3, Tang Tian also killed 3, and the remaining 4 were divided. Your Highness, we have been in for so long. Do you want to take a look? A great Tang Dynasty guard asked. Alright, let's go back and take a look. Tang Tian nodded. In just half a day, they had killed more than 100 people from the Great Song Dynasty. However, they could not rush for instant benefits. If their base was discovered, it would be troublesome. However, just as they were about to return, Yi Xian's feet paused again. More people are coming. Yi Xian frowned. How much? Just one. When they heard this answer, Tang Tian and the others were stunned. Alone? Could it be Adjudicator Song? Your Highness, it might be Adjudicator Song. Let's leave quickly. The guard said timidly. Hold on. Tang Tian interrupted. With the 6 of us working together, even if Adjudicator Song comes, we can still fight. Moreover, we are in the dark while he is in the light. If we succeed in our sneak attack and kill Adjudicator Song, then we will have one half of this war. Adjudicator Song was the strongest person in the Great Song dynasty. He could sweep through all 4 camps. As long as he died, the Great Song dynasty would lose an arm. At that time, the 6 of them would no longer need to be so cautious and move together. They could split into 3 groups. At that moment, they quickly hid themselves. Fortunately, it was only a 10-man team, so the 6 of them easily dealt with them without causing too much of a commotion. The person that Yi Xian had sensed was walking towards them. His footsteps were very slow, as if he was walking slowly. However, when he was only 100 meters away from Yi Xian, the person suddenly stopped and took 2 steps back. Then he turned around and ran. We've been discovered. He's running away. Yi Xian shouted when the person retreated. It's Song Suijing. Chase and capture her. Tang Tian shouted. It turned out that the person that entered Yi Xian's range was not Adjudicator Song, but his sister, Song Suijing, who was at the initial stage of the true profound realm. When Yi Xian and the other 4 heard Tang Tian's words, they instantly understood. With their strength, capturing Song Suijing should not be a big problem. As long as they succeeded, they could threaten Adjudicator Song. However, Song Suijing was still the princess of the Great Song dynasty. Her status was not inferior to Tang Tian's. How could she not have a method to protect her life? Such a fast speed. It must be a high-grade spirit-level martial art. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He could feel that Song Suijing was already 300 meters away from him. If it took another 1 or 2 seconds, she would have escaped from his range. Song Suijing was the key to victory. At that moment, Yi Xian took out his star-chasing bow. Piercing arrow. Although he could not catch up, the speed of the arrows was faster than him. He could disrupt Song Suijing's escape route and allow Tang Tian, who also had a high-grade spirit-level martial art, to catch up. A series of spirit power arrows pierced through the thin tree trunk and shot in front of the princess, causing her a lot of trouble. Good job! Tang Tian praised loudly and followed Song Suijing closely. Song Kaijing was harassed by Yi Xian's bow and arrows, so his speed decreased by a lot. Very quickly, Tang Tian closed the distance between them. At the same time, she also recognized Tang Tian. Tang Tian, it's you? A clear voice sounded. Song Suijing, you can't escape. Just surrender. Tang Tian shouted. Don't even think about it. If you have the guts, follow me. My brother will definitely kill you. Song Suijing said angrily. She was not stupid. She knew that Tang Tian wanted to capture her to threaten Judge Song. With your tricks, you can't fool me. Tang Tian did not care. He thought that Judge Song and Song Suijing must have acted separately. Then you can follow me. Song Suijing's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness. But then she also realized the danger. In order to avoid Yi Xian's arrows, she wasted a lot of time. As a result, Tang Tian was getting closer and closer to her. That guy who shot arrows, this lady will remember you. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Song Suijing was very angry. She immediately gathered the profound qi in her body to her throat and shouted. The whole forest reverberated with her voice. Not good. Tang Tian's face changed. Even if Song Xian was not nearby just now, after hearing Song Suijing's cry for help, he would definitely rush over. He had to end this quickly. Just at this time. Xiao! A ray of cold light flashed past and brushed past Song Suijing's calf, causing her to lose her balance. Good chance. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He took the chance to close the distance. The arrow just now was accidentally shot by Yi Xian, but it only brushed past Song Suijing's skin. However, this allowed Tang Tian to catch up to Song Suijing. Song Suijing, surrender. Tang Tian walked out from the shadows and looked at the beautiful figure in front of him. Song Suijing snorted, "Don't even think of threatening my brother. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed." "Then don't talk nonsense. Let's fight." Tang Tian did not say anything else. He raised his sword and rushed over. Song Suijing also knew that she could not escape. She could only passively accept the challenge. The two great martial artists of the true profound realm started an intense battle. End of chapter. Chapter 179. Although Tang Tian was older than Song Suijing, the latter's strength was not to be underestimated. The two of them fought for 3 rounds, but no one had the upper hand. However, Tang Tian's goal was to delay Song Suijing. "Yi Xian, come and help." Tang Tian shouted. This level of battle was not something that the 4-peak true energy boundary people could interfere in. The only one who could help him was Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian rushed over with all his might. He kept his star-chasing bow and joined in the battle. "You're the one shooting arrows. I'll kill you first." When Song Suijing saw Yi Xian holding the star-chasing bow, she was enraged and stabbed her sword towards Yi Xian. In the 4 great empires, there were spies from other empires. Tang Tian knew the strength of Song Suijing and Song Suijing. Similarly, Song Suijing also knew that Tang Tian was the only true profound realm martial artist in the Great Tang Dynasty. Hence, she did not put Yi Xian in her eyes. But in the next moment, she knew she was wrong. In the dark night, Yi Xian suddenly hid in the shadows and dodged Song Suijing's sword. Then, he slapped Song Suijing's lower abdomen and sent her flying. Although Yi Xian had not seen Song Suijing before, he should go all out against the enemy in the battlefield. However, he still held back a lot. Otherwise, Song Suijing's body would have been pierced by him. Good. Tang Tian was overjoyed. He rushed forward and was ready to kidnap Song Suijing. But at this moment, there was a series of hurried footsteps that entered everyone's ears. So fast. Tang Tian was shocked. Then he reacted. But just as he was about to open his mouth, a 2-meter-tall figure jumped out from the side. This person held a large axe and chopped towards Tang Tian's head. Sila! Tang Tian was not to be trifled with. He dodged the fatal blow, but he did not dodge in time. His shoulders were chopped off. Adjudicator Song? Tang Tian was shocked. This time he did not dare to delay. He quickly turned around and left. "Your Highness!" The 2 guards who had just arrived cried out in alarm and immediately launched an attack on the 2-meter-tall shadow. "Die!" A loud voice rang out, followed by a flash of white light. The heads of the 2 guards were thrown into the air. This scene happened so fast that even Yi Xian didn't notice when Judge Song appeared. However, when he saw that Tang Tian's arm was chopped off and he almost died, he immediately had the intention to retreat and turned around to leave. "Sister, are you okay?" This 2-meter-tall figure was the crown prince of the great Song dynasty, Saijue Song. When he heard Song Suijing's cry for help, he immediately rushed over. Song Suijing shook her head and crawled up from the ground. She then looked in the direction Yi Xian left and said, "Brother, you go and kill that Tang Tian. I will chase after that bastard." "No, I will go with you," Song Saijue said worriedly. "Brother, Tang Tian is the key. If we kill him, the victory of this dynasty war will belong to us." Song Suijing said solemnly, "No, you are injured. You follow me. I will go and catch that brat." Song Saijue did not care so much. Although the heavenly abode was very tempting, his sister's life was more important. At this moment he brought Song Suijing and chased after Yi Xian. Song Suijing had no choice but to follow. However, after chasing for a while, they suddenly realized that Yi Xian's footsteps had disappeared. It seemed that he had hidden himself. "You bastard who shot arrows, come out!" Song Suijing shouted angrily. As the princess of the great Song dynasty, she had never been injured by anyone since young. However, Yi Xian had hit her. Moreover, coupled with Yi Xian's actions just now, she wished she could peel off Yi Xian's skin right now. At this moment, Yi Xian was hiding in the shadows. Using the blood meridians of the shadow leopard, he hid very well. Most people would not be able to find him. He also did not expect that Song Caijue would appear at such a crucial moment and cut off one of Tang Tian's shoulders. This almost scared him to death. Tang Tian had lost an arm, so this battle was even more impossible. Even if Tang Tian was in his peak condition, it would still be impossible. Therefore, the only way was to escape. What a tragedy! This Song Suijing hates me. She did not chase after Tang Tian, who only had a little bit of blood left. She actually chased after me. Yi Xian laughed bitterly in his heart. However, he had to escape from this pair of siblings first. Bastard who shot arrows, I know you are here. Hurry and come out or else. Song Suijing's voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian also had a bad premonition. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a big tree exploding into two and falling down. It was even burning. Damn, there's still a bomb? Yi Xian was shocked. In the next moment, he saw 10 round things flying in all directions. Not good, retreat. Yi Xian hurriedly turned and left. If this place was burned, then he would be exposed. I found you and you still want to leave? Song Suijing immediately rushed over. Song Suijing, who was secretly looking for Yi Xian, also discovered Yi Xian and immediately ran towards him. Although he was big in size, when it came to running, no one in these few dynasties could compare to him. Even Yan dynasty's Yan Wenlong, who was also in the middle stage of the true profound realm, could not compare. However, Yi Xian ran a few steps and quickly disappeared into the shadows. My speed is too slow compared to Song Suijing's. I can't escape. Looks like this is the only way, Yi Xian thought in his heart. His hands quickly formed a seal and then rushed out. Song Suijing, who had just lost sight of Yi Xian, instantly caught him and rushed over without thinking. However, when she was only 10 meters away from Yi Xian, a layer of thick white fog suddenly rose up and covered Yi Xian. Spiritual array? Don't even think about running. Song Suijing naively thought that Yi Xian wanted to leave. She directly slashed forward a few times and then stepped into the white fog. Sister, don't go in. Song Suijing was shocked and hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already made his move before he shouted. 7 days death pill, swallow it for me. Yi Xian suddenly rushed out and slapped Song Suijing's chest. Then he took the opportunity to throw a pill into Song Suijing's throat. At the same time, he poured profound qi into her body to help her refine it. Song Suijing did not expect that Yi Xian would actually be here to ambush her. She also realized that the pill she had swallowed was poison. When she reacted, the pill had already been swallowed. Pa! A strong palm tightly locked Song Suijing's neck, firmly restraining her. Yi Xian successfully subdued Song Suijing. End of chapter. Chapter 180. Sister. Adjudicator Song arrived late. When he arrived, he saw that Song Suijing had already been grabbed by Yi Xian by the neck. As long as Yi Xian moved his hand, Song Suijing would die. Both parties stood there quietly for 2 seconds. Adjudicator Song took the initiative to speak, "Let go of my sister, and I will let you go." This scene was something that Yi Xian had seen many times on television. He was not that stupid. Just now, I gave your sister a poison pill. Within 7 days, if there is no antidote, the skin all over her body will fester, and then abscesses will grow. Finally, her meridians will rupture and she will die. Yi Xian did not beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. However, the symptoms were fake. After 7 days, she would just die suddenly. It was not that troublesome. After hearing this, Song Suijing's body trembled. She said fiercely, "You despicable and shameless person," but before she could finish, Yi Xian interrupted her. "Shut up. I am only stopping you from escaping. Tang Tian has already lost an arm. Instead of chasing after him, you chased after me. You bitch, you are not any better." Bitch, you dare to scold me?" Song Suijing was aghast. "Don't talk about scolding you. I can even kill you." Yi Xian snorted. "You bastard, I will definitely kill you." Song Suijing was already flustered and exasperated. However, she was being held down by Yi Xian. If she made any move, Yi Xian would break her neck in an instant. Adjudicator Song was also regretting. If he had known earlier, he would have directly pulled his sister to chase after Tang Tian. If that was the case, how would it end up like this? Brother, what do you want? Adjudicator Song asked. Don't try to curry favor with me. We are enemies. I don't want anything. I just want you to accompany me until the end of the examination. Yi Xian said bluntly. No, brother, don't worry about me. Kill this bastard. Before Song Kaijing could even open his mouth, Song Suijing had already spoken. However, before she could finish speaking, Yi Xian pinched her hand, causing her to be unable to speak. I'm talking to your brother. Shut up, kid. If you talk again, I'll strangle you to death. Anyway, I'm just someone from a low-level empire. It's worth it to die with the princess of the great Song dynasty. Yi Xian looked like he was going to fight to the death. Don't. Judge Song hastily stopped him. What are you doing? What? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Woo-woo. Song Suijing wanted to speak, but Yi Xian choked her, so she could only whimper. Judge Song looked at his sister and nodded. Okay, I will wait here for the assessment to end. I hope you can keep your promise. Don't worry, I don't want to kill her. If she dies, your great Song dynasty will definitely take revenge. I can't bear it. As long as the assessment is over, I will give you the antidote. But before that, she can only stay with me. Yi Xian said. Indeed, he didn't dare to kill Song Suijing. However, the antidote was real. He spent 1 million Devour points to buy it. Moreover, it was a poison that targeted true Profound Realm experts. Okay. Adjudicator Song nodded. If you keep your promise, then I, Adjudicator Song, will consider you a friend. Yi Xian didn't speak. He immediately sensed the surroundings and found a cave. At this time, the fire had already spread. They couldn't stay here until the end of the assessment. Therefore, Yi Xian directly brought Song Suijing to the cave. Adjudicator Song followed closely. He was afraid that Yi Xian would make a move on Song Suijing. Soon, Yi Xian found the cave and directly brought Song Suijing inside. At the same time, he took off Song Suijing's interspatial ring to prevent her from detoxifying the poison. Adjudicator Song, this cave has no exit. You will guard outside the cave. Yi Xian said. He took out a pill from the Devourer space and forced it into Song Suijing's mouth. What are you doing? What pill is that? Adjudicator Song hurriedly asked at the entrance of the cave. You already ate the poison. Are you afraid of eating something else? This is a dispersing chi pill to prevent a sneak attack. Yi Xian said. He domineeringly grabbed Song Suijing and entered the cave. Brother, don't worry about me. Kill this bastard. Song Suijing's voice echoed in the cave. Adjudicator Song, who was outside, gritted his teeth and sat at the entrance of the cave. The plan of kidnapping Song Suijing and blackmailing Adjudicator Song was a success. Although one of Tang Tian's arms was chopped off, he still had one hand and could completely lead the battle. Yi Xian could be considered to be worthy of the 2,000 mid-grade crystals. After bringing Song Suijing into the dark cave, Yi Xian used sound waves to investigate the cave. The cave was not big and there were no forks in the road. Yi Xian came to the end of the cave and released Song Suijing. At this time, the dispersing chi pill in Song Suijing's body had already taken effect. Her profound chi had already dissipated and could not be gathered again. She was no longer a threat. You bastard, you only know how to kidnap girls. Song Suijing angrily shouted. If you were on the battlefield, would the enemy be merciful because you are a girl? Yi Xian retorted and continued, Be quiet, don't play any tricks. When this is over, I will let you go. If you have the ability, then kill me. Song Suijing continued to angrily shout. You are not afraid of death? Yi Xian slightly raised his head. At this time, he carefully looked at Song Suijing and found that this princess of the great Song dynasty was not bad-looking. Delicate little face, white skin, towering chest, slender and long legs. If an ordinary person was here, they would not be able to resist. Yi Xian remembered that when he was in a hurry, he seemed to have patted Song Suijing's chest. At that time, he did not think much of it, but now that he thought about it, he felt that he had suffered a great loss. Everyone will die. What is there to be afraid of? Song Suijing quibbled. Is that so? But when I grabbed you just now, you seemed to be trembling. You are not honest with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Yi Xian coldly snorted. Song Suijing was speechless. Unfortunately, she did not have any qi in her body now, and even her weapon was taken away by Yi Xian. Naturally, she was not a match for Yi Xian. Be quiet. I am taking money from others. I have already used you to blackmail Judge Song. But if you are not obedient, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Xian fiercely glared and then took out Song Suijing's interspatial ring. You want the crystal? I will give it to you. Let me go. Song Suijing's eyes lit up. Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. He shook the interspatial ring in his hand and said with a smile, Your interspatial ring is in my hands. Even if it is your brother's, I can get it. Where did you get the crystal? Song Suijing suddenly remembered that there were not many things in her interspatial ring. She did not take any of the spoils from the last battle and gave them to others generously. End of chapter. Chapter 181. Following that, Yi Xian started to rummage through the cabinets, pouring out the items from Song Suijing one by one. In just a short while, he had rolled his eyes more than 10 times. What kind of crap was in this universe ring? Hey, you bastard, forget about taking my things. Why are you throwing my things around? Song Suijing said angrily. At this time, the cave was already filled with a large pile of girls' clothes. There was a large pile of outer clothing, and there were also many undergarments that had Song Suijing's body scent. Yi Xian could not bear to look at it. Yi Xian was convinced. He rummaged through the universe ring and absorbed everything that he could, but it was only a small amount. He could not even compare to a small team of 20 people. Was Song Suijing really the princess of the great Song dynasty? Could it be that everything is with her brother? Yi Xian thought in astonishment. But the harvest was not bad. At this time, he was holding Song Suijing's high-grade spirit treasure sword, Autumn Water Sword. But this sword was smaller than a normal sword by a size, so it was obviously for a girl. He kept the Autumn Water Sword in the swallowing space, then asked in astonishment, Why are you so poor? You're not a fake princess, right? What fake? We are here to participate in the Soaring Firmament Mansion's examination. We just need to bring some healing medicine. Why do we need so many things? Song Suijing retorted. Yi Xian rolled his eyes again. That meant Adjudicator Song was the same? Was this still the crown prince? Was this still a dynasty's crown prince and princess? Tang Tian could easily take out 2,000 middle-grade crystals, but they did not have anything. This Song Suijing is also a true profound realm martial artist. She is one of the strongest in this dynasty, so she did not need to give her things to Adjudicator Song. Seems like what she said was true. Yi Xian was slightly helpless, but he obtained a middle-grade spirit weapon, which was not bad. Hey bastard, let me go. After I enter the Soaring Sky Mansion, I'll find someone to give you crystal stones. How many do you need? 100,000 or 200,000? Song Suijing directly offered a price. How much do you think the heavenly abode is worth? Yi Xian suddenly asked. This question stumped Song Suijing. With Yi Xian keeping the two siblings in check, it was still not certain who would emerge victorious in this war. If he won, he would enter the abode of heaven. If he lost, he would enter the abode of hell. With your aptitude, entering the heavenly abode will quickly eliminate you. Come, why don't you choose the manner of hell? As long as you let me go, I'll give you 500,000 low-grade crystals, Song Suijing said again. Eliminated? Yi Xian chuckled and said, I remember that you were 17 years old when you reached the early stage of the true profound realm. I'm also at the early stage of the true profound realm, but I'm 1 year younger than you. It seems that you're not that great of a princess of the great Song. What? You're younger than me? Song Suijing was shocked. When she looked at Yi Xian's body and face, she thought he was older than Judge Song. But she couldn't be blamed for this, because Yi Xian had fused with the 100 Beasts bloodline and reached the mid-stage. That was why he looked much more mature. Besides, he was only 16 years old physically, but his mental age was much older than the others. If I'm going to be eliminated, you and your brother will be the same after entering the heavenly abode. Yi Xian coldly harumphed. Who told you that? My brother is already at the peak of the true profound realm, and he can enter the heavenly abode. He only participated in the test to help me. As long as he enters the heavenly abode, he will be able to receive special training and break through to the divine core realm. Song Suijing corrected. Peak of the true profound realm? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought Judge Song was only at the mid-stage true profound realm, but she was already at the peak of the true profound realm. It looked like Tang Tian's information was too outdated. At the same time, he was covered in cold sweat. If he were to fight Judge Song alone, he would probably be instantly killed. It's just the peak of the true profound realm. Just give me half a year and I'll be able to break through. It's nothing. Yi Xian said stubbornly. But what he said was the truth. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to break through to the divine core realm in no time. You're from a low-rank empire. It's not easy for you to break through to the true profound realm. Just let me go, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Song Suijing continued. Let bygones be bygones? Including when I touched your breasts just now? Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. You bastard, how dare you ruin my chastity? You're courting death. Song Suijing immediately remembered what had happened. She clenched her little fist and threw herself at Yi Xian. But she didn't have any Xian energy left, so she was easily caught by Yi Xian and pushed back into the cave. What happened? Outside the cave, Judge Song heard the commotion and hastily asked. Nothing, your sister tried to kill me. Yi Xian replied. Brother, I'm fine. Song Suijing replied. But after saying that, she glared at Yi Xian fiercely and threatened, if you tell anyone about this, you'll definitely die a horrible death. Bitch, go away, don't bother me. Yi Xian said impatiently, then he closed his eyes and started resting. Song Suijing saw that there was no way to turn the situation around, so she had no choice but to put away the storage ring and her clothes. At the same time, she glared at Yi Xian as if she wanted to eat him, then she walked to the end of the cave. Although Yi Xian had his eyes closed, Song Suijing's actions couldn't escape his senses. Running away was impossible. After a while, Song Suijing quietly walked in front of Yi Xian. But before Yi Xian could open his eyes, she blushed and whispered, Bastard, I want to go to the bathroom, go to the corner. Yi Xian didn't open his eyes and lightly replied. You, Song Suijing wanted to hack Yi Xian to death. Women are all the same, I can have as many as I want. I don't need to look at you. Yi Xian added. Song Suijing almost went berserk when he heard this. You're comparing me to other women? Song Suijing resisted the anger in her heart and asked. Isn't it just one chest and one ass? Don't tell me that the Song dynasty's princess has an extra chest? Yi Xian retorted. You scoundrel, I didn't ask you to let me go. Will it kill you to go out once? Song Suijing angrily shouted. No, go to the corner. Otherwise, you can pee in your pants. Yi Xian said and didn't pay her any more attention. It was just a toilet, any place would be fine. Why did she have to go to the forest? Wasn't she afraid of poisonous snakes? Song Suijing gritted her teeth and fiercely glared at Yi Xian for a while. Then she slowly walked to the corner. She hesitated for a while. The cave was very dark. She could barely see Yi Xian's figure. She guessed that Yi Xian was the same. She glanced at Yi Xian again and gritted her teeth. Then she walked to the corner and quietly unfastened her belt and squatted down. While she was relieving herself, Song Suijing stared at Yi Xian, afraid that he would suddenly stand up. Splash! The sound of flowing water entered Yi Xian's ears. Chapter 182. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He originally thought that Song Suijing was just pretending to be relieving herself and wanted to play a trick on him. He did not expect that she really needed to pee. Although the cave was very dark, he had the blood of the shadow leopard in his body, so he had night vision. When he opened his eyes, a white butt came into view. Countless alpacas were galloping in his heart. If you really need to pee, you should have told me. Am I that unreasonable? Yi Xian thought to himself. Although this was what he said in his heart, his eyes were honest as he stared without blinking. He wasn't peeking, he was looking openly. Moreover, Song Suijing did not know that he was looking openly. This feeling was indescribably satisfying. When he saw that Song Suijing was almost done, Yi Xian suddenly coughed, reminding himself not to be seduced by her beauty. However, this cough almost scared Song Suijing to death. Her whole body trembled violently. She did not even bother to wipe herself off. She quickly pulled up her pants and stood up. "You bastard, are you peeking?" Song Suijing asked suspiciously. "I just heard the sound of water. It's so dark. Can you see if my eyes are open or closed?" Yi Xian retorted. Song Suijing snorted softly. She ignored Yi Xian and walked to another corner to lie down. In her heart, she thought that Yi Xian was not that bad. He did not take the opportunity to mess around. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian was still sitting there with his eyes closed. He was still checking the things in the devouring system. Song Suijing, on the other hand, fell asleep for some reason. However, in the middle of the night, Yi Xian suddenly heard a strange sound. Yi Xian opened his eyes and found Song Suijing lying in the corner. However, her body was trembling slightly. Her hands were still clutching her lower abdomen. Her beautiful brows were furrowed, as if she was enduring the pain. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that he had just hit her twice. Although the second slap was not heavy, the first slap was not merciful. Furthermore, Song Suijing did not have any Xianqi in her body. She could not suppress her illness at all. Yi Xian quietly stood up and walked over. He gently placed his hand on Song Suijing's lower abdomen. A gentle Xianqi flowed from his palm and entered Song Suijing's body. It began to relieve her pain. The unconscious Song Suijing opened his eyes abruptly. When he saw the black figure in front of him, he immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. But before she could make a sound, Yi Xian covered her mouth. "Don't shout. Eat this pill and you will feel better." Yi Xian exchanged an expensive healing pill from the devouring system. He directly stuffed it into Song Suijing's mouth and used his Xianqi to help her refine it. When the pill entered her stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current. Song Suijing's pain was also reduced by more than half because of this. Then, Yi Xian returned to his original position. Song Suijing originally thought that Yi Xian would kill her and then escape. She did not expect that he would treat her injuries. "What kind of pill is this? It's so magical. I don't think I have seen it before in the Great Song Dynasty." Song Suijing thought in her heart. Yi Xian sat with his eyes closed for the entire night. The next morning, Adjudicator Song, who was outside the cave, shouted loudly to confirm Song Suijing's safety. Song Suijing had already woken up. After a night of recovery, her injuries were completely healed. "Brother, I'm fine," Song Suijing replied and then walked in front of Yi Xian. Only now did she see Yi Xian's resolute face. "Thank you for the pill," Song Suijing said. Yi Xian closed his eyes and said, "If you die, I will also be hacked to death by your brother." But then he felt a headache. Song Suijing began to tempt him again. He endured Song Suijing's temptation and thought, "I wonder what's going on outside." Although Tang Tian is missing an arm, with Adjudicator Song and Song Suijing here, there is no one outside who can pose a threat to him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Yi Xian kidnapped Song Suijing. In these 3 days, Adjudicator Song was very obedient, but Song Suijing gave Yi Xian a headache. The price Song Suijing proposed was as high as 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones, which should be enough for Yi Xian to break through to the middle stage of the true profound realm. However, Yi Xian resisted the temptation. However, on the 3rd day, when the sky brightened, an old voice resounded in the sky. "The battle between the dynasties is over. No one is allowed to attack again. Violators will be disqualified." After hearing this voice, Yi Xian also felt a sense of relief. He heaved a sigh of relief. The assessment was finally over. "Hand over the antidote." Song Suijing heard the voice and walked over with an unhappy face. It seemed that she was destined to enter the heavenly abode. However, she guessed that the soaring firmament mansion would make an exception to accept Adjudicator Song into the heavenly abode, so she wasn't worried. Yi Xian also got up from the ground and exchanged for 2 antidotes. The poison in the Devourer system had a set of antidotes, but the price was not cheap. The 7 days death pill and chi scattering pill, plus the 2 antidotes, Yi Xian spent a total of 10 million Devourer points, which was extremely expensive. However, only 10 million points to enter the heavenly abode was already very good. After all, he could resist the temptation of 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Take it. Yi Xian casually threw the antidote to Song Suijing. Song Suijing took a look at the antidote and said in shock, "The 7 days death pill is real? Nonsense. Do you think I'm bluffing you? If you don't believe me, you can wait a few more days and see if there will be pus and ulcers." Yi Xian rolled his eyes, but the shocking effect was fake. "You vicious bastard, you actually poisoned me?" Song Suijing angrily shouted. She thought that Yi Xian's first poison was fake because she didn't feel anything after eating it. Yi Xian really relied on the second chi scattering pill. She didn't expect that the poison was real. "Naive girl," Yi Xian casually said and walked out, just in time to bump into Adjudicator Song. Without waiting for Adjudicator Song to speak, Yi Xian said, "The poison in your sister's body has been detoxified." Hearing this, Adjudicator Song directly said, "Good, brother, you are indeed a man of your words. I, Adjudicator Song, will consider you a friend." Although Yi Xian felt guilty for using Song Suijing to threaten him, but they were enemies before, and he couldn't be merciful to an enemy. Furthermore, he had accepted Tang Tian's crystal stones, so he had to do this. Yi Xian nodded slightly and directly walked to the entrance of the cave. At this moment, a soaring firmament rock slowly descended from the sky. When it landed, Adjudicator Song also coincidentally walked out. After seeing the soaring firmament mansion's elder on the soaring firmament rock, Adjudicator Song respectfully cupped his fists and said, "Grandfather." End of chapter. Chapter 183. This name frightened Yi Xian. Grandfather? This elder of the soaring sky mansion was actually the retired emperor of the Great Song dynasty. "You're interesting, you dare to kidnap my granddaughter?" Song Cheng glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Please forgive me, senior." As an elder of the soaring sky mansion, this old man must be fair and just. However, if anything happens to Suijing, even if you enter the heavenly abode, this old man will definitely think of ways to kill you. Fortunately, you didn't make a big mistake. Song Cheng turned to Judge Song and said, "Judge, I'm very disappointed in you. I know I was wrong." Judge Song cupped his fist and said, "This battle between the dynasties was supposed to crush the Great Tang dynasty. However, the Great Song dynasty lost because of him. You must remember this lesson. Fortunately, that Tang Tian is a useless person. Even if you were restrained, he wouldn't be able to do much and still lost." Song Cheng said slowly. "What?" Hearing this, Yi Xian and the other two were shocked. How did the Great Tang dynasty lose? F***ck, what the hell is going on? Could it be that someone discovered our nest? Yi Xian was extremely astonished. Then, the elder continued, "Brat, I heard that the illusion array was set up by you and the effect was not bad. It's a pity that someone was discovered when he went out for a breather and exposed those caves before he died." Yi Xian was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. Those caves were big enough for more than 100 people to move around, but there were still people who went out for a breather. Most importantly, after he was discovered, he actually revealed everything to the others. Even if they died, they couldn't let others live. Their moral integrity was broken. This wasn't important. What was important was that he had rejected the temptation of the Song Suijing. If he knew that he would lose, he would have played the Song Suijing. At least he could get 10,000 middle-grade crystals and break through to the middle stage of the true profound realm. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. This was fate. When the old man saw Yi Xian's expression, he said, "Kid, I think highly of you. It's a pity that you belong to the Great Tang dynasty and lost. Otherwise, I would definitely leave a spot for you." Although Yi Xian was Cai Song's enemy, that was in the past. Now that the War of the Dynasties was over, this was already in the past. Furthermore, Nothing had happened to Song Suijing, so he would not pursue this matter. "Grandpa, what are you saying? This bastard almost poisoned me to death," Song Suijing said in dissatisfaction. "I'm just stating facts. I haven't said anything about you. You fell into the enemy's trap so easily." The old man looked at Song Suijing and said. When Song Suijing heard this, she did not say anything. This matter was really because of her. Fortunately, the great Song dynasty still won. Otherwise, she would die of guilt. "All right, come on up," Song Qing said. Yi Xian and the other two jumped onto the soaring sky rock one after another. Then, the soaring sky rock took more than 2 hours to arrive at the entrance of the valley. At this moment, there were already hundreds of people gathered here. Yi Xian roughly estimated that there were not many people left in the Great Song dynasty. There were only about 100 people left. As for the Great Tang dynasty, there were only about 40 people left. It was also because of this that the assessment ended. The soaring sky rock slowly descended. Yi Xian and the other two jumped onto the ground and instantly became the focus of attention. Tang Tian, who had lost an arm, immediately revealed a fierce expression when he saw Cai Juesong. When Wen saw that Yi Xian was still alive, he also heaved a sigh of relief. When Yang Tai saw Song Cheng, he also said loudly, "All right, the second round has ended. The winner is the Great Song dynasty." The Great Song dynasty has won 2 rounds in a row. 10 people will enter the heavenly abode. The remaining people will be divided into the profound abode and yellow abode. The Great Tang dynasty won first and then lost. 20 people will enter the underworld abode. The remaining people will also enter the yellow abode. Next, it was the Guardians' turn to report the people they thought highly of. Wen also reported Yi Xian's name. On the Great Song dynasty's side, other than Cai Juesong and Song Suijing, there were 5 people at the pinnacle of the true energy realm. The remaining 3 people were naturally at the intermediate stage of the true energy realm. As for the Great Tang dynasty, other than Tang Tian and Yi Xian, there were only 2 warriors at the pinnacle of the true energy realm. As for the rest, they were at the intermediate stage of the true energy realm. However, at this moment, Song Suijing suddenly said to Song Cheng, "Grandfather, I am not going to the heavenly abode. I want to go to the underworld abode." "What?" Song Cheng said in shock. "You have already won. What are you going to the underworld abode for?" "Little sister, what's wrong with you?" Cai Juesong was also puzzled. He could have entered the heavenly abode directly. He participated in the assessment so that Song Suijing could enter the heavenly abode with him. But now, Song Suijing actually took the initiative to go to the underworld abode. "Grandfather, the pressure in the heavenly abode is too great. Inside, there are all at the pinnacle of the true profound realm. Brother is already at the pinnacle of the true profound realm, so he can keep up. But I am only at the early stage of the true profound realm. I am afraid that I will be swept out very quickly. So, I think it is better to go to the underworld abode." Song Suijing explained. "What nonsense! How many people dream of entering the heavenly abode, but you want to withdraw? You are simply looking down on the authority of the soaring heaven mansion." Song Cheng said in anger. "Grandfather, you just said that I am seriously lacking in experience. Since that is the case, then I will give up on the soaring heaven mansion and travel outside." Song Suijing began to threaten. Song Cheng was so infuriated that he could not say a single word. "Little sister, are you serious?" Cai Juesong suddenly thought of something and asked. If I don't go to the underworld abode, I will not enter the soaring heaven mansion." Song Suijing said solemnly. But Cai Juesong nodded his head, then he turned around and said, "Grandfather, let her go then." In fact, Song Cheng knew how great the pressure in the heavenly abode was. In recent years, no new disciples had joined the heavenly abode of the soaring heaven mansion. Those who stayed there were all senior disciples, and almost all of them were at the peak of the true profound realm. Almost all of them were in secluded cultivation in their residences, desperately trying to break through to the divine core realm. If Song Suijing entered the heavenly abode, she wouldn't be able to stay for long. It wasn't because she would be eliminated, it was because there was no one to talk to her. But, The underworld abode was different. There were many more disciples in the underworld abode, and they could exchange pointers and go out to train. The atmosphere was much better than the heavenly abode. Song Cheng thought for a moment, then he nodded his head and said, "All right, but after you enter the underworld abode, you can't relax. Do you understand?" "Thank you, grandfather." Song Sui-jing hurriedly nodded her head. He was the chief examiner of the great Song dynasty, and he had the authority to decide who would enter the heavenly abode. All he needed to do was to inform Yang Tai. After getting the approval, Saijue Song looked at Song Sui-jing helplessly. Of course, he could guess what Song Sui-jing was thinking. He whispered, "Little sister, after you enter the underworld abode, don't cause any trouble." End of chapter. Chapter 184. Got it? Song Sui-jing nodded obediently. "All right, then I'll go inform Brother Yi," Song Saijue said as he ran towards the great Tang dynasty's camp. "Brother, don't..." Before Song Sui-jing could react, Song Saijue had already arrived. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was talking to Mo Wen, looked at Song Saijue, who suddenly ran in front of him and asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" There was only him and Mo Wen here, so Song Saijue must have come to find him. "Brother Yi, although my great Tang dynasty won, my sister has chosen to enter the abode of hell. I hope Brother Yi can take care of her," Song Saijue said. Yi Xian heard this and said in shock, "What? Not going to the heavenly abode?" "Yes, she has no confidence in herself, so she chose the abode of hell. I hope you can forgive her for offending you before." Song Saijue nodded. "Why not go to the heavenly abode, but come to the abode of hell? Is there a need to do this to seek revenge?" Yi Xian said subconsciously. At this moment, a beautiful figure ran from not far away. "You're right, I'm here to seek revenge. Wash your neck and wait for your death." The person who came was Song Sui-jing, and her voice was not soft, which immediately attracted the attention of the people around her. No one present did not recognize the great Song princess, so they immediately guessed what Yi Xian had done to make Song Sui-jing so angry. "Brother Yi, she's used to being unruly. Please don't take it to heart," Song Saijue hurriedly said. Yi Xian was also helpless and said, "Revenge is revenge. Why come out of the heavenly abode? Do you know how many people want to enter the heavenly abode? Why do you care? I can go wherever I want. Are you afraid?" Song Sui-jing lightly snorted. "Just kidding." Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Although Song Sui-jing had a top-grade spiritual level martial art, after entering the Lingxiao mansion, he could also learn it. At that time, he would definitely be able to oppress Song Sui-jing. "Brother Yi, then I'll leave my little sister in your care," Judge Song said in a low voice. After hearing this, Song Sui-jing immediately complained, "Brother, are you treating me like a pet? What do you mean by, take care of me?" "Little sister, we are all fellow disciples. Don't go overboard." Judge Song didn't pay attention to him. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. "F***CK, why are you running? I haven't even agreed yet." Yi Xian rolled his eyes. This pair of siblings was really weird. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that he was going to have a tough time in the coming days. Song Sui-jing bore a grudge against him and would definitely find trouble with him. Furthermore, there was another problem, and that was Tang Tian. Tang Tian had one of his arms chopped off by Adjudicator Song, leaving him with only his right hand, yet Adjudicator Song was calling him a brother. He glanced over, and as expected, Tang Tian was already looking at him with a gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive. Adjudicator Song probably didn't do it on purpose. What a tragedy! Yi Xian bitterly said in his heart. He only wanted to level up and didn't want to cause too much trouble. However, he was now a person with status, and that was a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion. If Tang Tian wanted to deal with him, he would have to weigh his own weight. "You bastard, be careful in the future. Who knows when I will stab you with my sword?" Song Sui-jing whispered to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to her. Although Adjudicator Song asked him to take care of Song Sui-jing, he didn't agree. Moreover, Song Sui-jing was such a big person, how could she run away? After that, The elders of Soaring Heaven Mansion carried the 21 people and flew to Hell Mansion on a Soaring Heaven rock. Song Suijing's grandfather, Song Cheng, also left with the other 9 people. As for the remaining people, they either went to Profound Mansion or Yellow Mansion. Originally, there were more than 2,000 people from the 4 dynasties and several hundred empires, but now, less than 100 of them were still alive. After flying for half a day, the Soaring Heaven rock finally arrived at an area with buildings. Hell Mansion. Our Soaring Heaven Mansion has 4 manors, each with 4 branches. The Hell Mansion is second only to the Heavenly Mansion, and the natural yuan energy here is abundant. Over the years, many divine core disciples have appeared here, and some of them have even made a name for themselves in the central province. Once you enter, you have to work hard and cultivate. Don't tarnish the Soaring Heaven Mansion's reputation. On the Soaring Heaven rock, Yang Tai said to the 21 men behind him. Understood. The group of men nodded their heads solemnly. Their tensed faces were no longer tense. From today onwards, they were disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. The yuan qi of heaven and earth is so abundant. This is at least 10 times more abundant than the place where I used to live. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating for 10 years. The vital essence in my body is already restless. I estimate that I will be able to break through within a month. There is a high-ranked empire that has designs on my country, but now he definitely won't dare to do so. Some of them were discussing in low voices. Soon, the Soaring Heaven rock landed on the ground. Alright, I still have things to do. Mo Wen explained the rules of the Hell Mansion to them and also assigned them a place to stay. After Yang Tai instructed them, he immediately left. Yes, Elder. Mo Wen nodded his head respectfully, then said, I hope you will remember what I am going to say next. If you have any questions, you can ask directly. He paused for a moment, then continued, although you have all passed the assessment, you are still not considered disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. To be precise, you are only considered probationary disciples. After hearing this, someone immediately asked, why are we only considered probationary disciples? Mo Wen explained, you are all probationary disciples for now. If you want to stay in Soaring Heaven Mansion for a long time, you will have to become official disciples. It is not difficult to become an official disciple as long as you fulfill one condition. Soaring Heaven Mansion has heaven, earth, dark, and yellow manors. These 4 manors each have a list. My Hell Mansion has the earth list, and there are a total of 300 names on it. And what you need to do is to defeat a senior on the earth list within a year. As long as you defeat one person, you can replace his position and become an official disciple. If you do not fulfill this condition within a year, you will be sent to the Profound Department Mansion. Similarly, if you do not reach the goal in the Profound Department Mansion, you will be demoted to the Yellow Department Mansion. If you do not reach the goal, you will be expelled from Soaring Heaven Mansion. He said it very clearly, and the 21 people present understood. Simply put, you have 3 years. As long as you can squeeze into a list, you can become an official disciple. Mo Wen paused for a moment, then continued, however, if you want to become an official disciple in the first year, it is still quite difficult for most of you. I can tell you in advance that even if you are at the bottom of the Earth list, you are still stronger than Tang Tian, so you have to work hard. End of chapter. Chapter 185. Once this was said, the 20 people present were all shocked. Even the one at the bottom was stronger than Tang Tian? Now Yi Xian finally felt the pressure. With his current ability, it was still a question whether he could defeat Tang Tian. In other words, he was not confident that he could make it into the Earth list. If even the Earth list was so stressful, what would the heavenly abode be like? No wonder this girl came to the underworld abode. She didn't have the confidence to make it into the Earth list within a year. However, if that's the case, then what's the point of her participating in the assessment? Her qualifications are definitely enough to enter the Profound Department abode directly. Yi Xian also thought to himself that this was completely unnecessary. However, if Song Suijing gave this opportunity to others, they would definitely choose to enter the heavenly abode as well. Even if they would be eliminated after a year, being able to stay in the core of the soaring cloud mansion for a year was already very good. Besides, before you become an official disciple, you will not enjoy the benefits of the soaring cloud mansion. The only thing you can enjoy is the vital chi of heaven and earth. Of course, there is another place where you can improve, and that is to go to the hall of practice to accept missions, Emowen said. When he finished speaking, everyone's mood dropped a lot. Originally, they thought that after entering the soaring cloud mansion through the assessment, they would be able to soar into the sky. They did not expect that there would be another hurdle. They did not know how many people would be able to stay in the underworld abode after a year. Senior brother, can you tell us more about the heavenly abode? Suddenly, someone asked. Hearing this, Emowen hesitated for a moment. Although he looked cold compared to the others, he was still considered warm. Since you want to know more, then I will tell you a little. Emowen nodded and said, the heavenly abode is the core of the soaring cloud mansion. The vital chi of heaven and earth there is much more abundant than the underworld abode because there is a huge spirit gathering stratagem underground. The vital chi of heaven and earth of the three manners is actually overflowing from the heavenly abode. At the same time, the guardians, elders, and sect leader of the soaring cloud mansion all live in the heavenly abode. It can be said that the heavenly abode is the real soaring cloud mansion. The earth, black, and yellow manners are just side dishes. I was originally a disciple of the heavenly abode, but unfortunately, I have no hope of breaking through to the divine core realm in this life, so I quit and became a guardian. The crowd fell silent again. The abode of hell was so rich in yuan chi of heaven and earth, but it was only from the abode of heaven that leaked out? Then how abundant would the yuan chi in the heavenly abode be? How many times more than the manner of hell? 2 times or 3 times? Or 5 times? Senior disciple, you're so young, why don't you have any hope of breaking through to the divine core realm? Another man asked. Emowen let out a bitter laugh and said, my meridians have already been fixed, that's why there's no hope for me to break through. Only by breaking through to the half-step origin core realm before the age of 25 can I possibly break through to the divine core realm in the future. Otherwise, it's impossible to break through to the divine core realm. There has never been an exception in the history of Soaring Sky Mansion. Senior brother, what is this half-step primal core realm? Why haven't I heard of it before? Emowen continued to explain. The half-step origin core realm is a transitional realm between the true profound realm and the divine core realm. The true profound realm uses profound chi, while the divine core realm uses primordial core. In order to break through to the divine core realm, one must first form the primordial core. Furthermore, one must form the primordial core before the meridians are fixed. After forming the primordial core, all one needs to do is fuse with a profound beast's inner core, then one will be able to break through to the divine core realm. In fact, for most of the people here, it was too early for them to know about this. However, Emowen felt that telling them about this earlier would motivate them. After all, the meridians were fixed at the age of 25, and if they didn't do anything in the next few years, then they wouldn't be able to break through to the divine core realm for the rest of their lives. Everyone on the scene fell silent. In their minds, they were telling themselves that they couldn't slack off in the next few years. I only formed the primordial core when I was 27 years old. If I forcefully fused with a profound beast's inner core, then my body would explode and I would die. Emowen sighed and said, 27 years old was only 2 years slower, but because of this difference of 2 years, he wouldn't be able to break through to the divine core realm for the rest of his life. Alright, let's get down to business. Emowen suddenly said, next, I'll assign you your living quarters. 2 people to a yard, and those whose names I call, stay together. Yi Xian, Song Suijing. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Suijing cried out in surprise, Senior brother, you're letting a girl like me stay with him? What's wrong with that? Emowen asked her back. This. Song Suijing rolled her eyes, and realized that there was nothing wrong with that. It's nothing, so I didn't reject it. However, Yi Xian had a problem with that. Song Suijing was obviously here for him, but Emowen still arranged for him to stay with her. Wasn't this a trap? What if she woke up in the middle of the night and stabbed him? Wouldn't he be done for? However, Yi Xian had forgotten that Song Suijing was the princess of the great Song dynasty, and there were many people on the scene who wanted to curry favor with her. Furthermore, Song Suijing was quite good-looking, and staying with a beauty in the same yard was a hidden benefit. Mo didn't care about Yi Xian, and continued to read the names. There were a total of 11 yards, and the last one was given to Tang Tian. His 2 guards had been killed by Song Suijing's axe, and one of his arms had been chopped off. His resentment was very deep, so no one dared to stay with him. Very quickly, the residences were allocated, and then Mo left. However, before he left, he told Yi Xian where he was staying, and told him to look for him if he had any problems. "I've met a good senior brother," Yi Xian sighed in his heart. At this moment, he was already staying with Song Suijing in the same yard. Song Suijing stood at the door of her room and said to Yi Xian, "Hey, B****, you have to be more careful in the future." "Why should I be careful?" Yi Xian asked back. Song Suijing suddenly revealed a fierce look and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will suddenly attack you and chop you into minced meat? What are you going to use to chop me up?" Yi Xian continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Song Suijing was stunned. She realized that her weapon had already been taken away by Yi Xian, and she didn't even have a single weapon. Song Suijing walked into the yard and sat in front of Yi Xian and said, "Hey, now that we are in the same sect, can you return my weapon to me?" Yi Xian looked around and then asked in a strange tone, "Hey, are you talking to me?" "All right, Yi Xian, return my weapon to me," Song Suijing said in a commanding tone. Yi Xian suddenly took out a pot of fruit wine from the engulfing system, which he had bought in the Xianyang Empire, and said, "Why does your tone sound like you are talking to your subordinate? Let me correct you, I am not your subordinate, nor am I a citizen of the great Song dynasty. If you want your weapon back, then show me your sincerity." Upon hearing this, Song Suijing immediately gritted her teeth and said, "B****, don't go too far." End of chapter. Chapter 186. Then you'll have to kill me, or else don't even think about getting your sword back. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't a man who was easily bullied. Even if he was facing a princess from a great dynasty, he wouldn't be afraid. Song Suijing was so angry that her body was trembling. If this was any other place, she would have already attacked. But too bad, this was the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Even if she was the princess of the great Song dynasty, and even if her grandfather was a sect elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, she still couldn't kill a fellow disciple. "Fine, I'll apologize to you, return my sword to me," Song Suijing said while holding back her anger. Yi Xian raised his brows and questioned, "Is this how you apologize?" "I won't cause you any more trouble, just return my sword to me. I'm not afraid of you." Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Song Suijing had slapped the stone table, leaving a mark on it. "You did this on purpose." Song Suijing stood up and glared at Yi Xian. "Fine, I can return your sword to you, but I won't return it for nothing. I have a few options here." Yi Xian paused for a second, then said, "First, teach me a high-ranked spiritual martial skill. Second, 10,000 mid-ranked crystal stones. Third, do me a favor. You stole my sword, and I'm asking you to return it to me, and you have conditions?" Song Suijing was startled. "So what if I stole it? Didn't you kill anyone during the Dynasty War? Are you going to pay with your life?" Yi Xian retorted. You have a sharp tongue." Song Suijing coldly harumphed. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "It's impossible for me to teach you a high-ranked spiritual martial skill. These are all my Song family's martial skills, and if you spread them out, I'll be in trouble. Besides, I don't have 10,000 mid-ranked crystal stones right now. My brother and I only brought a weapon and some healing pills. Isn't your grandfather here?" Yi Xian said. Song Suijing's grandfather, Song Cheng, was a sect elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, a divine core warrior. To him, 10,000 mid-grade crystals were definitely a drop in the bucket. "No, my father ordered me to do it myself. Grandpa won't give me any substantial help." Song Suijing shook her head. "Looks like this princess of the Song dynasty is also a pauper." Yi Xian was helpless. He did not expect that the education system of the Great Tang Dynasty and the Great Song Dynasty was completely different, and that Tang Tian could casually take out 2,000 middle-grade crystals. As for Song Suijing, other than a high-grade spiritual weapon, he probably had no more than 10 low-grade crystals in his interspatial ring because he had devoured all of them. There's a third condition. Let's hear it. Listen. Song Suijing asked. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, before the Great Song Dynasty, many people were sent to the Lingxiao mansion, right? Yes, what's wrong? Song Suijing nodded in surprise. Yi Xian hesitated and said, I know, but I haven't thought about it yet. When I think about it, I'll ask you for help. As you wish. Return the sword to me. Song Suijing snorted. Take it, take it. Yi Xian took out the autumn water sword from the devouring space and threw it back. Song Suijing caught it and immediately pulled out the sword with a clang, then suddenly stabbed towards Yi Xian's head. However, her sword suddenly stopped in midair. This was not because Yi Xian blocked it, but because she stopped herself. Why didn't you dodge? Song Suijing asked in surprise. Her sword was already in front of Yi Xian. It was only a finger's distance away, but the latter did not even blink. You don't dare to kill me. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, then he stood up and prepared to go out for a walk. Boring. Song Suijing kept her sword and snorted, Where are you going? I'm not telling you. Yi Xian replied and went out directly. Now, he had successfully entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Although he was only a probationary disciple, as long as he squeezed into the Earthboard within a year, he would become an official disciple. He originally thought that once he entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he would be able to obtain a mid-grade or even a high-grade martial art. He did not expect that he would only be a probationary disciple. Before he became an official disciple, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would not give him anything, and his cultivation method was different from others. If he wanted to break through, he had to earn money. I don't have the confidence that those at the bottom of the Earthboard are stronger than Tang Tian. Now that I don't have a high-grade spiritual weapon or a high-grade spiritual martial art, the only way to squeeze in is to level up. Yi Xian thought as he walked. However, he did not walk for long before he stopped. He turned around and realized that Song Suijing was behind him. Why are you following me? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Who's following you? Is this road yours? Song Suijing said disdainfully. Oh, then please do as you wish. Yi Xian said and suddenly found a wall to lean against and pondered about life. Song Suijing failed time and time again. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said helplessly, I'm following you, what's wrong, can't I? Just follow me, why are you being so stubborn? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and thought, You're just an underage girl, do you think I can't handle you? Following that, he went to the Sundry Hall to collect a few sets of Soaring Heaven Mansion's clothes and identity badge, and asked around for some information. Although he did not have anything else on him, he still had many choices. For example, he could use his devouring points to exchange for some things to sell, then he would have some startup funds. After leaving the Sundry Hall, Song Suijing also asked, Where are we going next? Just follow me, why are you asking so much? Yi Xian was too lazy to answer. Will it kill you to say it? Song Suijing pouted but still followed him obediently. Following that, she discovered that Yi Xian had arrived at Underworld Mansion's weapon hall. What are you doing here, buying weapons? Song Suijing could not help but ask. Yi Xian did not answer and directly walked in. Today, Underworld Mansion's weapon hall was very quiet. There was only a young man sitting there reading a book. When the young man saw Yi Xian, he hurriedly greeted him. Junior brother, you've just entered Soaring Heaven Mansion, right? What do you need? He saw that Yi Xian and Song Suijing were unfamiliar, so he guessed that they were here. Senior brother, do you accept middle-grade spirit tools here? Yi Xian asked. Middle-grade spirit tools? Yes, but it depends on the quality. The young man nodded. Soaring Heaven Mansion was a large sect. There were many talents in forging. There were still some middle-grade spirit rank blacksmiths in Underworld Mansion. Occasionally, they would forge some spirit tools to sell, which would save them a lot of time compared to doing experience missions. Yi Xian took out 3 cold light swords from the devouring space and handed them over. These 3 middle-grade spirit swords were all forged by me. Senior brother, take a look. The young man took the cold light sword and said in surprise, excellent workmanship, not bad, not bad. Junior brother, are you called Yi Xian? That's right. Yi Xian nodded. I can buy these 3 middle-grade spirit swords for 500 low-grade crystals each. What do you think, junior brother? The young man asked. End of chapter. Chapter 187. Sure. Yi Xian nodded his head again. He didn't lack money now, so he didn't really care. The young man also took out 500 low-grade crystals from his cosmos ring without hesitation and completed the transaction. However, after that, Yi Xian took out another weapon and handed it over to the young man. Senior disciple, take a look at this one. The young man received the weapon and gave it a closer look. Once again he was shocked, a high-rank spiritual weapon, and it's mixed with scarlet flame powder, which makes it difficult for wounds to heal. Junior disciple, you're selling this high-rank spiritual weapon? Yi Xian replied. The young man was surprised, but when he saw the name on the hilt, he cried out in surprise, Yi Xian, you're the one who forged this high-rank spiritual weapon? This time, even Song Suijing was shocked. Yi Xian, he was a high-rank spiritual weapon craftsman? She took a big step forward, then she focused her eyes and found the name Yi Xian on the hilt. How is this possible? You're so young, how can you be a high-rank spiritual weapon craftsman? She was shocked as well. What? Haven't you heard that you can't judge a book by its cover? Do you think all high-rank spiritual weapon craftsmen are old men? Yi Xian coldly harumphed as he threw a disdainful glance at Song Suijing. Song Suijing still couldn't believe it. There were high-rank spiritual weapon craftsmen in the Great Song dynasty, but he was already 80 years old, and he was still at the peak of the true profound realm. She never expected Yi Xian, who was only at the early true profound realm, to be able to forge a high-rank spiritual weapon. He was only 16 years old. If he broke through to the divine core realm, did that mean he would be able to forge earth weapons in the future? Junior disciple, do you have any more high-rank spiritual weapons? The young man asked excitedly. High-rank spiritual weapons were rare, even those who were ranked on the ranking list didn't own a high-rank spiritual weapon. I don't have any more, but, if you have the materials, I can continue forging. The reason I brought this raging flame sword here is because I want to get some materials to forge high-rank spiritual weapons. I wonder if senior disciple has any? Yi Xian asked. He had spent 20 million Devour points to buy this blazing sword. Yes, junior brother, can you forge this high-grade spirit weapon for a long time? The young man asked with his eyes wide open. Sure. Senior brother, do you want to work together for a long time? That would be for the best. It would be even better if you could give us some discounts. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he looked like a profiteer. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. That's not a problem. Let's have a win-win situation. Come, let's sit down and talk. The young man quickly pulled Yi Xian to sit down. The two of them began to discuss the price. During this time, Yi Xian also learned that this young man was called Jiang Yu, the owner of this weapon shop. This made Yi Xian very surprised. He did not expect that this property did not belong to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, but to his disciples. In the end, they settled on a price of 1,500 mid-grade crystals. Yi Xian felt that it was a good idea, so he agreed. If he had the forging materials, he could sell them to others at a high price, but doing so would offend Jiang Yu. Yi Xian also felt Jiang Yu's strength. He was not particularly strong, only at the middle stage of the true darkness realm. However, someone who could open a weapon shop in the underworld mansion must have a powerful background. Cooperating with him would save him a lot of trouble. As for the forging materials, Jiang Yu would sell them to Yi Xian at 200 mid-grade crystals per set. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. He had 45 million Devour points before, but he had spent 10 million on Song Suijing and 20 million on the Blazing Sword, so he had 15 million Devour points left. The blueprint of the Blazing Sword would cost 5 million, plus 5 million for the crafting fee. After careful calculation, if he wanted to forge the first Blazing Sword, he would need to spend 10 million Devour points and 200 mid-grade crystals for the materials. Moreover, If he wanted to forge in the future, he would not need the blueprint. He could save 5 million Devour points every time. It was a huge profit. Jiang Yu immediately took out 1,300 mid-grade crystals and a set of smithing materials. As for Yi Xian, he borrowed the forging room at the back of the weapon hall. 2 days later, a brand new blazing sword was forged. Now, both Jiang Yu and Song Suijing believed that he was indeed an upper-grade spiritual weaponsmith. The Raging Flame Sword was sold to Jiang Yu for 1,500 mid-grade crystals. Then, Jiang Yu prepared another set of materials, and Yi Xian continued to forge. 2 days later, the second blazing sword was forged. Yi Xian took in another 1,300 low-grade crystals, and after devouring them, he had 13 million Devour points. At this time, his Devour points had increased to more than 2,600. 10,000, plus a set of forging materials for the blazing sword. Another 6 days passed. Yi Xian forged 3 blazing swords. At this time, his Devour points had reached 52 million, and at the same time, he had an additional set of forging materials for the blazing sword. After another 10 days, when he sold the 10th blazing sword to Jiang Yu and devoured most of the mid-grade crystals, he finally heard a unique system notification sound. Ding! The host has broken through to the middle stage of the True Darkness realm. He had finally broken through. The 10 blazing swords had also allowed his Devour points to break through a major bottleneck, reaching more than 100 million. However, this amount of Devour points was not enough for him to upgrade all of his bloodlines to the high level. After being busy for 20 days, Yi Xian was about to explode from boredom. To him, forging a blazing sword only required a thought, not 2 days at all. However, in order to not arouse suspicion, he could only stay in the forging room for 2 days, and this speed was already considered fast. The 18 blazing swords were enough for Jiang Yu to brag about for a while, and then sell them for at least 2,000 mid-grade crystals. Moreover, Jiang Yu did not have enough materials for the upper-grade spiritual weapon, so Yi Xian had some time to rest. When he returned to his courtyard, he found the princess of the Song dynasty, Song Suijing, sitting cross-legged on the stone table, cultivating. At this time, Song Suijing suddenly opened her eyes. After seeing Yi Xian, she said in shock, "You're finally willing to come back? Why did you miss me?" Yi Xian asked casually. "Bah, I can't wait to kill you." Song Suijing jumped down from the stone table and snorted, "1 upper-grade spiritual weapon in 2 days? This is faster than the upper-grade blacksmiths of the Song dynasty. Were those blazing swords really forged by you?" She still did not believe it, because forging and cultivation were the same. They both needed time to settle down, and could not be improved overnight. "Could it be that you think I have 10 blazing swords in my ring of cosmos? If so, why don't I just take them out and sell them?" Yi Xian replied. "Who knows if you came up with some tricks to gain a foothold in the manor of hell." Song Suijing still did not believe it, but when she walked in front of Yi Xian, she found that Yi Xian was different from 20 days ago. End of chapter. Chapter 188. The realm. You broke through? Song Suijing asked in shock. As expected of the great Song's princess. "That's right, I've been forging and cultivating at the same time. I've broken through to the middle stage of the true profound realm. What do you think? Amazing, right?" Yi Xian did not hide anything. Previously, he was at the early stage of the true profound realm like Tang Tian and Song Suijing, but he lacked high-grade spirit-level martial arts and high-grade spirit weapons, so he was not confident. However, after breaking through to the middle stage of the true profound realm, he was confident that he could defeat the two of them. "How can this be? I've been cultivating bitterly for 20 days, but I can't compare to you forging and cultivating at the same time?" Song Suijing had a strange expression on her face. "It can't be helped. This only shows that my talent is higher than yours," Yi Xian shrugged. Seeing Song Suijing's deflated expression, his heart was already blooming with joy. A person from a low-level empire who was more talented than the princess of a dynasty, or even the crown prince, was indeed something to be proud of. "Oof, I'm just lucky. I'll break through to the middle stage of the true profound realm in another half a month," Song Suijing said with disdain. She felt ashamed that she had been defeated by Yi Xian. However, her pair of big watery eyes still occasionally revealed an envious look. Hearing this, Yi Xian was also stunned. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Then do you want to break through faster?" "Break through faster? What ideas do you have?" Song Suijing's eyes suddenly lit up. She was obviously interested in this. But Yi Xian did not explain. He directly formed a few hand seals. Then, a sizzling sound came from the surroundings. It was foggy. "Spirit array, you know the spirit gathering array?" Song Suijing exclaimed. She suddenly remembered that Yi Xian had used this array before. It was because of this array that she was captured alive by Yi Xian. Moreover, Song Cheng had also said that Yi Xian knew how to set up an illusion array. "That's right, I know how to use the spirit gathering array, and I'm pretty good at it." Yi Xian smiled, then quickly walked back to his room. "Wait, how much does it cost to set up a spirit gathering array for me?" Song Suijing hastily stopped Yi Xian. "If I remember correctly, you don't have any crystals, right?" Yi Xian turned around and asked. "Well, you've earned so much in the past few days. You won't die if you lend me some," Song Suijing said with some dissatisfaction. Yi Xian said slowly, "It's not easy to set up a spirit gathering array, but I don't lack crystals right now. As long as you owe me one more favor, plus the previous one, it'll be two." Song Suijing refused without thinking. "I can build a foundation for this spirit gathering formation of mine. It only needs 2 mid-grade crystals to maintain it every day. Don't tell me you won't need it in the future?" Yi Xian added. Song Suijing heard this and asked with a face of disbelief, "You know how to build a foundation? You're not joking, right?" "Goodbye." Yi Xian's face darkened, and he immediately closed the door. "Wait, I want it. It's just 2 favors," Song Suijing quickly said. Clang. The door opened again, and Yi Xian walked out with a smile. "Open the door. I'll build the foundation in your room. You don't have to come in." 10 minutes later, the spirit gathering array was completed, and the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth began to gather in the courtyard. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the abode of hell was overflowing from the abode of heaven. This time, Yi Xian gathered the yuan qi of heaven and earth together, and his cultivation efficiency at least doubled. After he finished, Yi Xian opened the door and very generously took out 100 mid-grade crystals. He handed them to Song Suijing and said, "These 100 crystals are for you. You have to return them to me later." "Stingy guy," Song Suijing said discontentedly in her heart. She did not dare to say this in front of Yi Xian, for fear that he would take back his words. However, this spirit gathering array was the best one she had ever seen. It covered the entire courtyard, and cultivating here would be twice the result with half the effort. You know how to refine weapons, you know how to set up arrays, and you have such high aptitude. Are you really from a low-level empire? Song Suijing could not help but ask. Do you think I'm the crown prince of some empire? Yi Xian retorted. You don't look like one. Don't tell me you started cultivating when you were in your mother's womb? Song Suijing had a look of suspicion. Yi Xian's face suddenly darkened and he said, Actually, I'm already a 100-year-old monster. After he finished speaking, he prepared to return to his room. At this moment, Song Suijing called out to him again. Right when you weren't here, a big fatty came looking for you. Song Suijing suddenly remembered this matter. Big fatty? Yi Xian paused in his steps. She should be referring to Zhao Pan, right? Speaking of which, after entering the soaring firmament mansion, he had not gone to look for Zhao Pan. I understand, Yi Xian said and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to ask, Are you interested in making a deal? What? Song Suijing blinked her big bright eyes and asked, You won't teach me a high-grade spirit-grade martial art, but you can at least teach me a mid-grade spirit-grade martial art, right? I'll buy it with crystal stones. Yi Xian asked. Song Suijing nodded and said, A mid-grade spirit-grade martial art? That's fine, but you can't spread it. Only 2 people. Yi Xian added. This. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she nodded. She did not have any cultivation resources at the moment, so she could not sell her high-grade spirit greatsword, right? At that moment, Yi Xian learned 4 mid-grade spirit grade martial arts from her, which happened to be offensive, defensive, movement, and cultivation methods. He spent a total of 1,000 mid-grade crystal stones. These 4 mid-grade spirit grade martial arts were all top grade, so the price was still considered expensive. With these 4 martial arts, Zhao Pan and Xianxia would definitely be able to squeeze into the profound ranking board within a year. After leaving the residence, Yi Xian went to ask Jiang Yu, then went to the Profound Department Mansion. The Underworld Mansion and the Profound Department Mansion were adjacent, so the journey was not too far. After running for an hour, Yi Xian also successfully entered the Profound Department Mansion. However, he did not know where Zhao Pan and Xianxia lived. "Hey, senior brother, may I ask where the disciples who just entered the Profound Department Mansion last month live?" Yi Xian directly stopped a disciple of the Profound Department Mansion who was passing by. When the disciple of the Underworld Mansion saw Yi Xian suddenly appear, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He did not understand how a mid-grade true energy stage person could be so fast. However, when he saw Yi Xian's clothes, he calmed down and pointed in a direction. "So it's the junior brother from the Underworld Mansion. They live over there. Thank you for telling me, senior brother." After saying that, Yi Xian took a big stride and left. His speed was beyond the disciple's reaction. "TSK, this concealment pearl is really good. He thinks I'm only at the mid-grade true energy stage," Yi Xian thought to himself as he ran. The concealment pearl was a treasure that he exchanged from the devouring system. It could disguise his cultivation level. Unless his cultivation level was much higher than his, it would be very difficult to discover. End of chapter. Chapter 189. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the newcomer's residential area of the Profound Department. However, before he could enter, he saw a large group of people standing in a line outside. Everyone was holding a cloth bag and handing it to someone else. "What's going on?" Yi Xian ran over in surprise and found that Zhao Pan and Xianxia were also in the line. He immediately shouted, "Fatty bro." Zhao Pan, who was in the crowd, heard this voice and immediately turned around. When he saw Yi Xian, his face immediately lit up with joy. However, before Yi Xian could approach, another voice called out to him. "Disciples of the Underworld Palace? What are you doing here?" Yi Xian stopped in his tracks when he saw a young man walking towards him. "I'm looking for a friend," Yi Xian replied. They were all disciples of the same sect, so he had to return the favor. "Looking for a friend? Then you wait here until they've paid up." The young man waved his hand and gestured for Yi Xian to stand to the side. "Pay up." Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this. "I remember that the Underworld Palace has this rule as well. Don't you know? Every new disciple has to pay 5,000 low-grade crystal stones every month, and they have to pay for a year." After the young man finished his explanation, he chuckled and said, "If you haven't paid yet, you can give it to me." "Then who does the payment go to in the end?" Yi Xian continued to ask. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him and found that there were more than 200 people here. If each person paid 5,000 low-grade crystals, then it would be 1 million per month, which was equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade crystals. 10,000 mid-grade crystals per month, then 120,000 a year. This was not a small amount. After all, he had worked hard for more than 20 days and only earned a little more than 10,000. After Yi Xian asked this question, the young man became impatient and shouted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Why do you have so much nonsense?" After he finished speaking, he slapped Yi Xian across the face. A mere true energy intermediate stage cultivator dared to be so arrogant? A crisp sound rang out, but it was not the sound of a hand slapping his face. Instead, it was the sound of bones breaking. The young man paused for a moment before his expression became extremely sinister. Then he let out a miserable shriek. When the group of people saw this scene, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Trouble, big trouble. They saw Yi Xian break the young man's arm. "Yi Xian, what are you doing?" Zhao Pan hurriedly shouted and ran over. The young man also reacted. He shouted and attacked Yi Xian, but his fist was still in the air when Yi Xian kicked it away. He could not believe that he had been crippled by a true element intermediate stage martial artist. Stinking brat, even if you're from the underworld palace, don't even think of leaving today. Another 2 peak true energy boundary cultivators rushed over, but without exception, they were all sent flying by Yi Xian. Who said I wanted to leave? Yi Xian said coldly. He then glanced at Zhao Pan and asked, Fatty bro, what's going on? You're in big trouble. They're from the Great Tang Dynasty. Zhao Pan said with a panicked expression. So what if they're from the Great Tang Dynasty? Yi Xian knew that Zhao Pan was referring to the Great Tang Dynasty and not the Great Tang Dynasty's camp. After all, the war between the dynasties had already ended. He's in charge of collecting the money and handing it over. However, even though the people you beat up are from the Great Tang Dynasty, you've also offended 5 different powers. Zhao Pan's face twitched violently. Yi Xian was puzzled. He continued to ask, which 5 powers? The Great Song, Great Yen, Great Tang, and Great Zhou dynasties send people to the soaring firmament mansion every year. Therefore, their people have long gathered together and formed the 4 great powers. Apart from that, there's also the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The Divine Prefecture Alliance was established by a few families from the Central Province. They're the strongest. Zhao Pan said. The Central Province? Yi Xian had some understanding of this place. The Soaring Firmament Mansion was in the Eastern Province, the Heavenly Yuan sect was in the Southern Province, and the Central Province was in the Eastern Province. In addition to recruiting people from the 4 great dynasties, the Soaring Firmament Mansion also went to the Central Province to find geniuses. If one were to calculate, the number of people from the Central Province was almost equal to the total number of people from the 4 great dynasties. So you're saying that after the money is collected, it'll be divided among the 5 great powers? Yi Xian somewhat understood. That's right. Since you beat them up, it's equivalent to making an enemy out of the 5 great powers. This is bad. They've already gone to call for reinforcements. You should quickly leave. Zhao Pan noticed that a few people from the Great Tang Dynasty had already left. He immediately prepared to pull Yi Xian away. So what? Yi Xian didn't move after hearing that. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Although there was a huge gap between the Profound Department and the Inner Palace, there were still many experts in the Profound Department. There were even some half-step origin core realm experts. If this was any other place, Yi Xian would naturally hide like a coward. However, he could run away, but the temple couldn't. This was the Soaring Firmament Mansion. If he left, then the trouble would fall on Zhao Pan. Therefore, he definitely couldn't leave. The 200 or so disciples who had just entered the Profound Department Mansion looked at each other. They were not as ignorant as Yi Xian. They all looked at each other as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Soon, a burly man wearing the Profound Department Mansion's uniform came over with a group of people. You're the one who beat up my people? The burly man quickly walked over and his gaze landed on Yi Xian. This was because he was the only one present who wore the Underworld Mansion's uniform. That's right. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Newborn calves are truly fearless. Do you think that just because you're a disciple of the Underworld Mansion, your status is higher than that of the Profound Department Mansion? The burly man questioned. I don't think so. Yi Xian shook his head. The burly man immediately shouted angrily, Then do you think that this fatty won't have to pay after beating them up? You have a lot of questions. Can't you get to the point? Yi Xian sighed and said impatiently. How dare you? The point is, don't think that you'll leave unscathed today. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, his entire body swept out like a cheetah. His speed was so fast that he arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Then he threw out a punch. Bang! Suddenly, a fist collided with his hand. 2 bursts of profound energy collided, instantly creating a huge shockwave that sent Zhao Pan flying. The burly man was shocked and exclaimed, Middle stage true profound realm. Your adjudicator song? How is that possible? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Suddenly, another wave of profound chi surged out and sent the burly man flying in an instant. 2nd level roar. If you're not adjudicator song, then why are you at middle stage true profound realm? The burly man covered his right hand and asked in puzzlement. He was an old disciple of the profound department mansion. Naturally, he had heard that there was a super genius in the great Song dynasty called Adjudicator Song. His strength had already reached middle stage true profound realm. However, he had seen a portrait of Adjudicator Song. The latter had a tall figure and wasn't the one in front of him at all. End of chapter. Chapter 190. Is Adjudicator Song the only one allowed to be at the middle stage of the true darkness realm? Furthermore, he entered the heavenly abode. Look at my clothes. Is this what a disciple of the heavenly abode should wear? Xianxia smirked. He thought that Adjudicator Song had covered it up well. No one knew that he had broken through to the peak stage of the true darkness realm. I don't care who you are. You're going to die here today. The burly man did not say anything else and rushed forward. He was careless just now. He was afraid that he would kill Xianxia with a single punch, so he was forced to retreat by Xianxia. Now it was time for real. However, he was not the only one who was serious. Xianxia had also ignited his fighting spirit. Ever since he had broken through, he had not had a proper fight. The burly man in front of him was also at the middle stage of the true darkness realm. Hence, he wanted to see how capable the senior disciple of the soaring heaven mansion was. Boom! In an instant, the two figures exchanged blows. The intense collision of the two profound chi caused a huge explosion that spread throughout the entire mountain. It could even be heard in other parts of the profound department. At the same time, the disciples present were stunned. They were only at the true energy realm. Even the peak true energy realm disciples would not be able to catch Xianxia and the burly man's movements. They could only see a series of afterimages and deafening sounds. This guy is finished. He just entered the soaring heaven mansion and he already offended the Tang dynasty. Let's talk about that later. Tang Meng is an expert ranked more than 100 on the profound list. We don't even know if that guy can survive. How pitiful! He came to find a friend, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. How sad. However, an ordinary middle stage of the true darkness realm would have been sent flying by Tang Meng's slap. This guy is actually able to hold on. Although these people could not see Xianxia's movements clearly, they could hear that the battle was very intense. This level of battle was more powerful. If one was not careful, one could be paralyzed. In any case, not many people present were optimistic about Xianxia. Boom, boom, boom. In the short span of 10 seconds, Xianxia and the brawny man had already exchanged dozens of blows, and the outcome was still undecided. This brawny man was quite strong, but he was relying on a high-grade spirit-level martial art. Without this high-grade spirit-level martial art, he would have been instantly defeated by Xianxia. So you don't know any high-grade spirit-level martial arts. Since that's the case, then lie down for me. The burly man suddenly burst into laughter, and his aura skyrocketed. Mountain River Palm. One palm shatters the mountains and rivers. A burst of extremely violent profound energy was condensed together. With a slap of the burly man's hand, this burst of energy was struck out by him, directly hitting Xianxia. This palm strike was his trump card, and there weren't many people at the same level who could take it head-on. Therefore, he decided to use this palm strike to determine the outcome of the battle. Facing this palm, Xianxia's expression turned extremely solemn. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack with a punch. Middle-grade spirit-level martial art, Azure Dragon Strength. Bang! An earth-shattering sound reverberated, and the entire battlefield was filled with smoke and dust, enveloping the two of them. He won. The disciples of the great Tang dynasty looked at each other. If the burly man's palm strike landed on their bodies, it would definitely shatter all the bones in their bodies. Xianxia would definitely not be able to take it. However, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did Xianxia take the attack, he even counterattacked with ease. Azure Dragon Force, get lost. Xianxia's strength had reached its peak. He took the burly man's palm strike with a punch, and then punched the burly man's abdomen directly. Bang! The burly man's clothes on his back were shattered by the force. His entire body bent into a bow as he was sent flying. If a tiger doesn't show its might, Do you think I'm a sick cat? Yi Xian snorted coldly. Just now, he had only used the low-grade spirit-level martial art, Tiger Wolf Roar, to fight against the burly man. However, the Azure Dragon Force that he was using now was a mid-grade spirit-level martial art, and it was extremely powerful. Coupled with the mid-grade spirit weapon, the mid-grade spirit weapon, the mid-grade 100 Beasts bloodline, and the Boxer bloodline, this move of his could probably destroy a cliff. The entire place was silent. No one would have thought that the one who was sent flying was not Yi Xian, but Tang Meng. Wasn't Tang Meng an expert ranked more than 100 on the Xian ranking board? He was an old disciple, so how could he not even be able to defeat a new disciple? Impossible. How can your strength be so weak? Tang Meng lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian just entered the residence of hell. All right, I even fought side by side with the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian. Yi Xian revealed a smile. Yi Xian. At this moment, a surprised shout was heard from afar. Yi Xian turned around and smiled. Speaking of the devil, wasn't this Tang Tian, who had one of his arms chopped off by Adjudicator Song? Your Highness. Tang Meng immediately got up from the ground and cupped his fist respectfully when he saw Tang Tian. Tang Tian quickly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. He asked, "What happened?" Your Highness, the great Tang dynasty was the one who received the money this year, but when this person arrived, he directly beat up our people. Tang Meng endured the pain caused by his injury and explained the situation to Tang Tian. After listening to the story, Tang Tian's face darkened. He said, "Yi Xian, are you looking for trouble?" Tang Tian, I'm not looking for trouble. I was just asking a few questions. Who knew that your people would directly beat me up and wanted to slap me, so I taught them a lesson. Yi Xian said slowly and then looked at the youth from before. Tang Tian followed his gaze and immediately, the youth who wanted to slap Yi Xian was so scared that he peed his pants. He trembled and said, I didn't do it on purpose. I thought he was only at the middle stage of the true energy boundary. Oh? You didn't do it on purpose? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Trash. Tang Tian snorted and looked at Yi Xian. He said, no matter what, I only know that you touched my great Tang dynasty's people. Tang Tian, you're the one looking for trouble. The one who chopped off your arm was Adjudicator Song, not me. Furthermore, if I didn't lure Adjudicator Song away and hold Song Suijing hostage, do you think you can survive? Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. This Tang Tian was a little ungrateful. Shut up. Tang Tian immediately shouted. The name Adjudicator Song was his reverse scale. Whoever dared to mention this name in front of him was going against him. How do you want to settle this, Your Highness? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The current him was not afraid of Tang Tian. Tang Tian was only at the initial stage of the true profound realm. Although he had many high-grade martial arts, he could even beat Tang Meng, who was at the middle stage of the true profound realm. End of chapter. Chapter 191. Tang Tian? What's the big deal? Break one of your arms and I'll let this go. Tang Tian's tone was extremely cold. Your Highness, this is pure revenge. You broke one of your arms and now you want me to do the same. You're so narrow-minded. Yi Xian did not care at all. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia ran up from the crowd and cupped his fists. Your Highness, I'm willing to help him. Shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Tang Tian did not wait for Xianxia to finish his sentence and scolded him. This time, Yi Xian's expression finally changed. Tang Tian, if you want my arm, then let's see if you're qualified. Don't think that you're superior just because you're the crown prince. Not everyone is afraid of you. Yi Xian said as he looked around. At this time, many experts had gathered around. They were all from the great Tang dynasty and there were at least 3 of them at the middle stage True Darkness realm. However, he was not to be trifled with. He immediately used the forging materials in the devouring space to forge a new pair of gloves and put them on in front of everyone. It was a high-grade spiritual artifact, Langyat Desolating Hands. Previously, he had used a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Now, he was using a high-grade one. He wanted to see how many people here could take a punch from him. The two sides were at daggers drawn and the atmosphere was extremely tense. More than 200 people held their breaths and did not dare to make a sound. Perhaps this battle would start because of one of their voices. At this time, a figure suddenly walked out and laughed heartily. "Ha, it's so lively here. Who dared to speak in such a situation?" Everyone's gaze shifted and landed on a young man wearing the Underworld Palace's uniform. "Who are you?" Tang Tian looked at the young man and asked. A person who could walk out so calmly was definitely not an ordinary person. However, Yi Xian recognized the young man. "Your Highness, he's Jiang Yu. He's number 1 on the Earth Board and also a Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance," Tang Meng said softly. "The Divine Prefecture Alliance?" Tang Tian was shocked. "The Divine Prefecture Alliance? What are you doing out here? What are you doing out here?" Although the 4 great dynasties of the eastern region sent people to the Soaring Heaven Mansion every year, there were not many quotas. After all these years, there were only 100 people, and they were spread out in the 3 mansions. As for the Divine Prefecture Alliance, just the Profound Department alone had 100 people. Perhaps only the 4 great dynasties' combined forces would be able to contend against the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Furthermore, in the Divine Prefecture Alliance, other than the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master, there were only 4 Hall Masters. In other words, Jiang Yu's status was higher than Tang Tian's. "Senior brother, what's the matter?" Tang Tian asked in a friendly manner. "It's nothing. I just saw a friend here, so I came over to say hello." Jiang Yu slowly walked over and said with a smile, "Friends?" Tang Tian was stunned again, but when he saw that Jiang Yu was actually walking towards Yi Xian, his face sank. How did Yi Xian know Jiang Yu? No, how did Jiang Yu know Yi Xian? "Yi Xian, you've worked hard these past few days. Why didn't you rest well and come to the Profound Department Mansion?" Jiang Yu approached with a smile. "I'm here to find 2 friends. Senior brother Jiang, why are you here?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "Haha, I ran out of materials, so I came to the Profound Department Mansion's weapon hall to borrow some." Jiang Yu smiled, then his gaze landed on Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian. "Since you're Yi Xian's friends, then you're also my friends. Zhao Pan, return the money they paid last month. They don't have to pay any more in the future." Tang Meng glanced at Tang Tian, who hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Then, Tang Meng took out 2 cloth bags from his interspatial ring. Each bag contained 5,000 low-grade crystals, which was equivalent to 50 mid-grade crystals. These crystals were given to Zhao Pan by Yi Xian. He did not expect the Profound Department Mansion to have such a rule. "All right, this is a misunderstanding. Disperse," Jiang Yu said and left with Yi Xian and the other 2. Tang Tian, on the other hand, stood there with a gloomy expression. As the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, he did not even dare to fart in front of Jiang Yu. The group of new disciples also looked at Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian enviously. They had heard Jiang Yu's words clearly. From now on, no one would dare to cause trouble for Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian in the Profound Department Mansion, not even Tang Tian. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Jiang Yu left with Yi Xian and the other 2. After they disappeared from Tang Tian's sight, Yi Xian thanked Jiang Yu. "Senior brother Jiang, thank you so much for today." Although he was not afraid of a fight, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian would not be able to stay in the Profound Department Mansion in the future. However, it was different now. Yi Xian also heard Tang Meng's words. Now, he knew that Jiang Yu was a member of the Divine Prefecture Alliance and a Hall Master. Although he did not know what a Hall Master's position was, seeing how Tang Tian did not even dare to fart, Yi Xian knew that Jiang Yu was not an ordinary person. "Thank you, senior brother, for your help." Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian also expressed their gratitude. "It's fine. We are brothers from the same sect, so we should take care of each other. The Profound Department Mansion's weapon hall seems to be lacking people. If the 2 of you are interested, you can go there and help," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "Thank you, senior brother." Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian thanked him again. To be able to work in the Soaring Sky Mansion, one's status would definitely be higher than the average disciple. Even if there was no reward, there would be a lot of people fighting to join. The two of them were able to have this opportunity because Yi Xian knew Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu immediately went to the Profound Department Mansion's weapon hall and arranged a position for Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian. This way, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian could be considered to have joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. After that, Jiang Yu went to work on his own matters. Yi Xian also met with Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian for a while and passed on the mid-grade spirit grade martial arts to them. With these 4 mid-grade spirit grade martial arts, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian had high hopes of stabilizing their position in the Profound Department Mansion within a year. At the same time, Yi Xian secretly thought that when the time came, he would forge a raging flame sword for the two of them. This way, they would have a 90% chance of success. After a period of time, Jiang Yu was done with his work and returned to the underworld mansion with Yi Xian. On the way, Yi Xian, this time I brought 10 high-grade spirit weapon forging materials. I will have to trouble you again. Jiang Yu said with a smile. No problem. Yi Xian casually agreed. Now that he had broken through to the mid-grade true profound realm, he could reduce the time needed to forge the raging flame sword. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu's face suddenly froze. Oh right, Yi Xian, the lady who came with you earlier, is she the princess of the great Song dynasty? End of chapter. Chapter 192. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. So you've joined the Song dynasty? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. He now understood that Yi Xian and Song Suijing were living together. Their relationship was obviously not normal. No. Yi Xian shook his head. When Jiang Yu heard this, he immediately revealed a smile and said, That's good. You should have heard that the Soaring Sky Mansion is divided into 5 major forces, which are the 4 great dynasties and the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Almost all the disciples have joined one of them. I'm the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. What do you think? Join the Divine Prefecture Alliance? Yi Xian hesitated. This was too sudden and he was not prepared, so he could only say, Senior brother, I've just joined the Soaring Heaven Mansion, so I don't know much. It's okay, I'll explain it to you slowly. Jiang Yu saw that Yi Xian did not reject him directly, so he immediately explained. The Divine Prefecture Alliance was established by disciples from the Middle State. Of course, there are also people from the 4 great dynasties in the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The Divine Prefecture Alliance has 2 alliance masters, 1 head and 1 deputy. Then there are 4 hall masters, respectively Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. I'm the hall master of the Underworld Mansion, in charge of matters here. The Divine Prefecture Alliance has many properties, and the 4 great prefectures' weapon halls all belong to the Divine Prefecture Alliance. At the same time, the Divine Prefecture Alliance has its own martial skills pavilion, and only the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance can learn it. If you join, I can immediately give you the position of a guest elder, and you can learn all the spirit-level martial skills. In the future, I'll provide all the materials you need to forge weapons, and the price will not change. After hearing Jiang Yu's conditions, Yi Xian was indeed tempted. The materials for forging weapons were free, and the price would not change? This time, he would be able to save 200 mid-grade crystal stones. But this was not the point. The point was that he could immediately learn a high-grade spirit-level martial skill, which could greatly increase his combat strength. Okay, I'll join. Yi Xian directly answered. It was not bad to be able to join the strongest Divine Prefecture Alliance. He would have a strong backing in the future. This is the guest elder token. When we get back, I will give your portrait to the other members. Jiang Yu smiled and handed over a token. Yi Xian took the token and put it into his devouring space. Very soon, they returned to the underworld manor. Jiang Yu went to do his own things and told Yi Xian to rest for a few days before forging weapons. As for Yi Xian, he also returned to his own residence. However, when he returned to his residence, he saw that many disciples of the Underworld Palace had already gathered outside his door. F***ck, why is there trouble again? Yi Xian felt helpless as he walked over. However, he was not afraid of trouble now because he had the Divine Prefecture Alliance's token. More or less, there would be people giving him face. There were at least 40 to 50 people surrounding the entrance, so Yi Xian directly jumped over the wall and into the courtyard. Yi Xian, you're finally back. Song Suijing, who was sitting in the courtyard, saw him and quickly went over to greet him. What are these people doing? Are they after your beauty? Yi Xian asked casually. Song Suijing said coquettishly, What nonsense are you talking about? These senior brothers are all here for you. I'm not a homosexual. It's better that they come for you. Yi Xian was slightly helpless, but he was also very surprised. He did not understand why so many people were gathered here. At this time, a young man suddenly took 2 steps forward, but did not cross the door. He cupped his fist at the threshold and said, Junior brother, may I ask if you were the one who set up the spirit gathering formation in this courtyard? Now Yi Xian understood. They were here for the spirit gathering formation. That's right. I set up this small spirit gathering formation. Senior brother. Although Yi Xian asked this, he already knew what these people wanted to do. The opportunity to make money had come. It's like this. I want to ask Junior brother to set up a spirit gathering formation in my courtyard. The price is negotiable. The young man went straight to the point. As expected, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with greed. He smiled and said, Sure. Senior brother, come in and talk. Hearing this, the young man turned to look at Song Suijing. After the latter received permission, he stepped in. Senior brother, is there no one else in the underworld who can set up a spirit gathering formation? Yi Xian sat down and asked. The young man shook his head and said, There is, but he died outside when he went out to do a training mission. Moreover, the spirit gathering formation he set up has no base. It can only last for 7 days at a time. Then what's his price? Yi Xian asked. 800 mid-grade crystals each time. The young man answered honestly. 800 mid-grade crystals for 7 days. Isn't that a little too much? Yi Xian was shocked. The young man said helplessly, There's no other way. Not many people learn spirit gathering formations because it doesn't increase their battle strength much. It's a pure waste of time. Therefore, not many people know how to set up a spirit gathering formation. Most importantly, no one knows how to set up a base. I see. Then Yi Xian's eyes flashed. But before he could finish, Song Suijing's beautiful eyes turned and interrupted. Yi Xian, he's from the great Song dynasty. Can you give him a discount for my sake? Yi Xian paused and said, Senior brother, when you ask someone to set up a spirit gathering formation, it's usually when you're breaking through. But I can set up a base. As long as I spend 2 mid-grade crystals a day, it can last forever. In a month, it's only 60 crystals. Since you're from the great Song dynasty, I'll charge you 500 mid-grade crystals. What, 500? Song Suijing exclaimed, You call this a discount? You black-hearted ghost, do you only care about money? Miss, do you know what a spirit gathering formation with a base means? Yi Xian stood up in dissatisfaction and said, 360 days a year. According to the previous price, it would cost more than 5,000 mid-grade crystals. And I only need 1,200 mid-grade crystals in the first year. In the second year, I only need 700 mid-grade crystals until I die of old age. Isn't that enough? Hearing him say this, Song Suijing felt that it made sense. After all, this was permanent. Moreover, the qi of heaven and earth would double its current level. It was not a loss. Your Highness, this price is very fair. I accept. The young man hurriedly said and took out a bag of crystals from his universe ring. Senior brother is so straightforward. Yi Xian took the crystals and immediately changed his expression and said with a smile. After paying, the young man left and waited outside for Yi Xian to set up a spirit gathering formation for him. Junior brother, I want one too. Give me one too. The disciples of the underworld palace outside the door began to make a fuss. But because of Song Suijing, they did not dare to enter. End of chapter. Chapter 193. Alright, everyone come in one by one. Those from the Great Song Dynasty will be given 500 mid-grade crystals. Those from the Divine Prefecture Alliance will only be given 300. As for the rest, they will all be given 700 mid-grade crystals. Come in one by one. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke, grinning from ear to ear. There were at least 40 to 50 people here. What a windfall. When Song Suijing heard this, she was also stunned. She said in shock, "You joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance?" "Yes, I am now a guest of the Divine Prefecture Alliance." Yi Xian casually replied. "Why did you join them? Who invited you?" Song Suijing said somewhat angrily. She originally wanted to invite Yi Xian, but she didn't expect someone to beat her to it. "Senior brother Jiang from the Weapon Hall. He is the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Why could it be that you want to rope me in?" Yi Xian suddenly asked. Song Suijing also didn't expect this. She said in surprise, "Senior brother Jiang is the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance? What conditions did he give you?" "You can learn all the spirit-level martial arts in the Divine Prefecture Alliance. In addition, all forging materials are free," Yi Xian said in a voice that only Song Suijing could hear. Hearing this, Song Suijing rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "He bought you over just like that? You can forge a high-grade spirit weapon yourself. Do you still lack the cost of forging materials? What else? You refused when I asked you to teach me high-grade spirit-level martial arts. Moreover, the Divine Prefecture Alliance was the first to invite me. They are also the leader of the 5 major powers. Why wouldn't I go?" Yi Xian shrugged. "Then what if I invite you now?" Song Suijing blinked her large eyes, looking playful. "No, I have already joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Do you think I am that kind of fence-sitter? I want to raise the price," Yi Xian said solemnly. Song Suijing's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. "What do you want?" Yi Xian thought carefully, then smiled and said, "I want you, okay? Go to hell." Song Suijing grumbled coquettishly and turned around to go back into the house. Yi Xian was only joking. How could a man of integrity like him change jobs because of a woman? At least 2. Then he began to greet his senior brothers. Almost all of them were from the Great Song Dynasty. Only a few were from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The rest of the 3 dynasties did not dare to come because of the Song Suijing. After all, the relationship between the 4 great dynasties wasn't very good. In the end, Yi Xian did a count and found that there was a total of, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page, 44. Among them, 40 were from the Great Song Dynasty and 4 were from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Therefore, the total income was a total of 21,200 mid-grade crystals. When Yi Xian received these crystals, he was like a Spartan. However, he didn't like to owe others, so he immediately went from house to house to set up the array. It was a pity that the Soaring Heaven Mansion had 2 people in one house. Otherwise, his income would have been doubled. After a few hours, he finally finished everything. After he was done, he returned to the courtyard and devoured the crystals. "Ah, I'm one step closer to the peak of the true darkness realm." Yi Xian was very happy because his devouring points had reached 300 million. Just the underworld mansion alone made such a huge profit. If he added in the black and yellow mansions, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Just as Yi Xian was laughing happily in the courtyard, Song Suijing's door suddenly opened. Song Suijing changed into a fresh set of clothes and came out. When she saw Yi Xian, she couldn't help but ask, "You finished setting up the array so quickly?" "It's just a spirit-gathering array. It's nothing," Yi Xian casually replied. "Then why aren't you thanking me? I helped you attract so many people. Otherwise, how could you earn so many crystals?" Song Suijing said as she walked over to Yi Xian and sat down. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, "If I didn't live here, I'm afraid even more people would come. The 4 great empires don't have a good relationship with the Divine Prefecture Alliance, so the crystals would definitely be several times more." "So you're saying that you want to move out?" Song Suijing's face sank. "Forget it, I'm already living here." Yi Xian still felt that it was better to forget about it. He paused for a moment, then changed the topic and asked, "Have you heard of a person called Lin Wenyue?" "Lin Wenyue? Is she in the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Is she a disciple, a protector, or an elder?" Song Suijing blinked. "I'm not sure, but she should be a protector. Anyway, if there's anyone with this name, help me ask. Treat it as returning a favor," Yi Xian said slowly. Lin Wenyue was one of the names mentioned in his father's letter. His father was a super mighty warrior who had surpassed the divine core realm. He wouldn't ask him to find a disciple. Therefore, he thought this Lin Wenyue should be at least a protector or an elder. After all, that letter had been around for several years. Alright, I'll help you ask. Song Suijing nodded her head. If possible, help me ask your grandfather as well. Yi Xian added. Song Cheng was an elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. He knew more than anyone else. Understood. A quiet night passed. Yi Xian had been running around yesterday, and he was tired. However, when the sun had just risen the next day, someone knocked on their courtyard's door. Yi Xian opened the door in a daze. When he saw Jiang Yu standing outside, he immediately asked with a surprised expression, "Senior disciple, is there anything I can help you with?" Could it be that all 10 ardent flaming swords were sold out? I heard junior disciple knows how to use a soul-gathering formation? Jiang Yu went straight to the point. Yes, senior disciple, do you need it? Yi Xian rubbed his eyes and nodded his head. Yes, we need it very much. We don't have many spirit formation masters in the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and none of us know how to set up a formation. Our fellow disciples in the Divine Prefecture Alliance need a soul-gathering formation. As long as you agree, I can get at least 200 people for you. Jiang Yu said in a surprised tone. What, 200 people? Yi Xian was shocked. That's right, 200 people. How about this? We'll follow the price you gave those 4 junior disciples yesterday, 300 mid-ranked crystal stones for one. What do you think? Jiang Yu continued asking. No problem. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. What the fuck? 300 mid-ranked crystal stones for one, at least 200 people, didn't that mean at least 60,000 mid-ranked crystal stones? As long as I complete this task, I'll be able to break through to the peak of the true profound realm. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Yi Xian was extremely excited. Alright, then I'll leave first. I'll come find you later. Jiang Yu quickly left after he finished speaking. If this soul-gathering formation was completed, it wouldn't take long for the entire Divine Prefecture Alliance's strength to increase by a level. Yi Xian then waited for Jiang Yu to return to his residence. At noon, Jiang Yu came looking for him again. Junior disciple, our underworld mansion has 100 fellow disciples who need this soul-gathering formation. Here are the crystals. Jiang Yu directly threw a bag of crystals to Yi Xian. The latter opened it to take a look. Holy shit, it wasn't a deposit but all of it. There were at least 30,000 mid-ranked crystals. End of chapter. Chapter 194. Let's go. We'll set up the stratagem for the Underworld Manor first. Then, I'll help you contact the Xian Branch Manor and Huang Branch Manor. After Jiang Yu was done, he brought Yi Xian to visit the Underworld Manor disciples one by one. At the same time, he wanted to meet them so that if they met in the future, they would not have to fight because of conflicts. Jiang Yu spent half a day helping Yi Xian connect the lines, and Yi Xian only used half a day to set up 100 spirit-gathering stratagems with stratagem bases. This speed had already left Jiang Yu speechless. The next day, Jiang Yu personally went to the Xian Branch Manor and Huang Branch Manor and brought back many spiritual-level martial arts teachings. There were medium-grade and top-grade ones, and all of them were of high quality. Yi Xian spent tens of millions of points to learn these useful top-grade spiritual-level martial arts teachings. Not only that, but he also swallowed the 30,000 medium-grade crystals yesterday. His ability had increased by quite a bit. Although he had not broken through, he knew that it was enough for him to squeeze into the Earth list. According to what Emowen had said before, those at the bottom of the Earth list were stronger than Tang Tian. However, he had already broken through to the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. It was extremely easy for him to be on the Earth list. Today, he was going to challenge the seniors on the Earth list and become an official disciple. However, just as he was about to leave, he was shocked to discover that the vital chi of heaven and earth in the courtyard had suddenly decreased by a large amount. Someone had broken through. There were only 2 people living in this courtyard. One was Yi Xian, and the other was Song Suijing. After a while, the vital chi of heaven and earth was depleted at a slower rate, and then it began to return to normal. Right after that, Song Suijing walked out of the house. Congratulations. You're a few days earlier than I expected, Xian said with a smile. Humph, now I'm also at the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm, the same level as you. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Song Suijing walked down the steps and said, Are you going to set up the spirit gathering stratagem again? No, I'll go tomorrow. Today, I'm going to challenge the Earth List, Xian said while shaking his head. Earth List? Okay, when you win, I'll challenge you again and beat you down. Song Suijing was looking forward to it. The two of them walked out together and headed for the Earth Roll Challenge arena. They walked side by side and attracted a lot of attention. However, when these disciples discovered their target, they immediately became interested. One is the princess of the great Song dynasty, and the other is a dark horse from a low-rank empire. I wonder how many rankings they will be able to make. There should be at least 250 people. Let's go and take a look. It said that Yi Xian even fought with Tang Meng, who is ranked on the Xian ranking board, in the Xian department and even defeated him. He's already at the middle stage of the true darkness realm at such a young age. His aptitude is at least perfect. It is said that Adjudicator Song, who entered the heavenly abode this year, is also at the perfect level. These people will definitely be able to condense their core essence before the age of 25. That's nothing. There was once a senior brother who was tested to have a transcendental perfect aptitude. After entering the heavenly abode, he took first place on the heaven roll on the very same day. His aptitude is already perfect. Is there a higher aptitude? It's said to be at the unparalleled level. Under the accompaniment of Song Suijing, Yi Xian arrived at the challenge area. It was a large arena, and there were many spectator stands around it. What surprised Yi Xian was that there were already two figures fighting in the arena. What surprised Yi Xian was that one of the two people was someone he was familiar with. It was the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian. So Tang Tian has also broken through to the middle stage of the true darkness realm. No wonder he dares to challenge us. Yi Xian couldn't help but comment after hearing the words of the people below the arena. He's just lucky. Song Suijing was a little displeased. She had just broken through, and Tang Tian's breakthrough speed was obviously faster than hers. She had fought with Tang Tian before, but there was no clear victor. Now that she had broken through to the middle stage of the true darkness realm, it was inevitable that she would want to fight with Tang Tian again. At this moment, the spectators in the spectators' stand made a commotion. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and saw a figure fly out of the arena. The one who remained in the arena was the one-armed Tang Tian. As expected of the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. His strength is indeed extraordinary. I wonder why he lost an arm. Sure, you can't say that. If he hears it, you'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? I'm from the Divine Prefecture Alliance, and I'm ranked higher than him. Why should I be afraid of him? Many people whispered to each other. At this moment, Yi Xian already knew who Tang Tian was challenging. It was a senior brother who happened to be ranked in the 200th percentile. TSK, only the peak of the true darkness realm is ranked in the top 100. Looks like this Tang Tian isn't much. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since he had already formed a grudge with Tang Tian, this ungrateful brat, why not make it bigger? Look at this Tang Tian. He only won against a senior brother who is ranked in the 200th percentile. Is there a need to be so smug? Song Suijing couldn't stand it either. But in the next moment, she realized that Yi Xian had disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached the challenge area and said, Senior brother, I want to challenge. A soaring sky mansion's disciple raised his head and smiled. So it's junior brother Yi. This is the name list. Take a look and see who you want to challenge. This disciple happened to be the one who came to find Yi Xian to set up the spirit gathering array on the first day, so he naturally knew Yi Xian. Senior brother, I won't look. I want to challenge Tang Tian. Yi Xian replied. Tang Tian? The disciple was a little surprised, but then he smiled. Tang Tian just succeeded in his challenge and is now ranked in the 200th percentile. Junior brother, you're not ranked, so he has to accept the challenge. Otherwise, it will be treated as a forfeit. Wait a moment, I'll go and inform him. After he finished speaking, he quickly ran to Tang Tian, who had just walked down the stage, and told him the matter. Then, Tang Tian suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Xian. That angry expression made Yi Xian very happy. Soon, the disciple ran back and said, Tang Tian said that since you're looking for death, he'll fulfill your wish. He also said that there's no need to rest and we can start immediately. Junior brother Yi, you can go up the stage and teach him a lesson. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the disciple and then walked towards the stage. Song Suijing suddenly stopped him and asked, You went to challenge Tang Tian? That's right. Yi Xian nodded. You bastard, I wanted to challenge him. Why did you steal my spot? Song Suijing was unhappy. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Did you say that just now? You obviously did it on purpose. Forget it, I'll challenge him when you lose. Song Suijing was also not very optimistic about Yi Xian. Although she already knew that Yi Xian had obtained a few high-grade spirit-level martial arts, it was impossible for Yi Xian to master them in such a short time. How do you know that I can't beat Tang Tian? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Song Suijing was too lazy to explain. She had a look of, I just know. End of chapter. Chapter 195. How about this, let's make a bet. If I lose to Tang Tian, you don't have to return the favor you owe me. If I win against Tang Tian, then I? As Yi Xian spoke, he hesitated for a moment. If he won, could it be that he had to add another favor? How boring would that be? If you win, I'll give you a kiss. Song Suijing blurted out without thinking. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was a pretty good reward. Even though he would be kissed, it was still pretty good. All right, but I'll add another condition. You have to honor it immediately and in front of everyone. How about that? Yi Xian added. You sure talk big. Anyway, you can't win. Song Suijing casually replied. She felt that Yi Xian had no chance of winning against Tang Tian. He didn't even have a 10% chance. However, if he knew that Yi Xian had defeated Tang Meng, who was ranked in the top 100 of the Earth list, he would definitely regret it. All right, then I'll go up and beat Tang Tian up. Yi Xian suddenly had the motivation to do something. All of a sudden, a shout entered his ears. Yi Xian, what are you waiting for? Are you scared before the battle? It was obvious that this shout came from Tang Tian. Tang Tian, you're the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. Don't you even have this little bit of patience? Yi Xian snorted and slowly walked up to the stage. Tang Tian didn't want to argue with Yi Xian, so he immediately shouted, There's no point in talking so much. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Tang Meng. I'll show you what true strength is. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below the stage revealed an expression of disbelief. Tang Meng, wasn't he one of the great generals of the great Tang dynasty? Yi Xian actually defeated him? That be asterisk starred. How could he possibly defeat Tang Meng? Song Suijing stomped her feet in anger. From the discussions of the people around her, she knew that Tang Meng was a disciple at the middle stage of the true profound realm, who was ranked in the top 100 of the profound department. Since Yi Xian was able to defeat him, he might actually be able to defeat Tang Tian. If Tang Tian lost, then she would have to fulfill her promise. At that moment, Song Suijing had mixed feelings. She hoped that Tang Tian would lose, but she also hoped that Yi Xian would lose. She was in a dilemma. All right, then please teach me a lesson, Your Highness. It's good that you have eyes and dared to offend the brat from the great Tang dynasty. Yi Xian was still as calm as ever, as if he did not put Tang Tian in his eyes at all. However, the people below the stage began to discuss in low voices again. Oh no, this kid is dead for sure. He actually dared to challenge the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He's really courting death. That's not necessarily true. You were in seclusion a few days ago, so you don't know. This kid is a spiritual array master, and he has already joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance as a guest elder. Isn't it just a spiritual array master? Does the Divine Prefecture Alliance need to make such a big fuss and give him a guest elder? He's not an ordinary spiritual array master. He knows how to build the base of a spirit-gathering array. He only needs 2 mid-grade crystals a day to maintain it. I heard that he had already set up hundreds of spirit-gathering arrays yesterday afternoon. What? Hundreds? The people below the stage were still discussing. They did not expect Yi Xian to be so capable. After all, there were many people in the Divine Prefecture Alliance, but there were only a few dozen guest elders. However, at that moment, a battle broke out on the stage. Furthermore, the battle only lasted for a second. Boom! A loud muffled sound was heard, and then, a figure was sent flying. What? The dozens of people below the stage were all shocked. Someone was killed in a second? Who was it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure on the stage. It was Tang Tian. No, it was Tang Tian who was sent flying. The person standing on the stage was Yi Xian. What did I just see? Tang Tian was sent flying with 1 punch. How is that possible? What's going on? I didn't see it clearly just now. Who can tell me what happened? I didn't see it clearly either. I only know that Tang Tian flew out after he exchanged a punch with Yi Xian. That's impossible. Tang Tian is at the middle stage true profound realm, and he's also the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He has been taught by an expert since he was young. Even someone at the peak of the true profound realm would find it difficult to defeat him with 1 punch. Who knows? Anyway, Tang Tian flew out of the stage. Not many people below the stage could see Yi Xian's movements clearly, but Song Suijing saw it clearly. Yi Xian had indeed only thrown 1 punch, and it was this 1 punch that sent Tang Tian flying. There was no extra movement. Just 1 punch. Why is his physique so strong? I've also been training in body refinement techniques since I was young, but my physique is much weaker than his. We're both using upper-grade spirit-level martial arts, but he can send someone flying with 1 punch. Could it be that he's been training in an earth-grade body refinement technique? Song Suijing guessed in his heart. Even the great Song dynasty did not have an earth-grade cultivation technique. As for an earth-grade body tempering technique, it was not certain if the Soaring Heaven Mansion had one. Yi Xian wins. The disciple below the stage who was registering for Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he announced the result. He had guessed that Yi Xian should be able to defeat Tang Tian, but he did not expect him to kill his opponent in a second. With this ability, he could definitely enter the top 150. However, he also understood that Yi Xian was purely looking for trouble with Tang Tian. At this moment, Tang Tian, who had flown out of the stage, spat out another mouthful of blood. He weakly stood up with the help of a few disciples from the great Tang dynasty. He looked at Yi Xian in shock and said in astonishment, "How did your ability improve so quickly? This is impossible." What's impossible about this? Tang Tian, could it be that you can't afford to lose and want to fight again? I'm more than happy to oblige. Yi Xian smiled calmly. Tang Tian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Just now, when he and Yi Xian exchanged a punch, he almost felt that his only arm was going to be crippled. If that punch had landed on his body, it would have at least seriously injured him. Now, to ask him to go up and fight with Yi Xian again, this was completely asking for death. Alright, Tang Tian, will remember this grudge. In the future, I will definitely return it to you. Tang Tian said with a straight face, then quickly left. The current him could not even clench his fists tightly, and would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. However, Yi Xian and the other 2 parties had offended him twice, and he would definitely not let them off so easily. Looking at Tang Tian's departing figure, Yi Xian smiled, then slowly walked down the stage under the gazes of thousands of people. The current him was already. He had defeated Tang Tian, who was ranked 200, and replaced him. Although Tang Tian had become an official disciple, because Yi Xian, who defeated him, was a preparatory disciple, he did not have a ranking. End of chapter. Chapter 196. Congratulations, junior brother. Immediately, many people came forward to welcome him. They were all members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance that Yi Xian had met before. However, when Yi Xian dealt with these people, he was shocked to find that Song Suijing had run away. That girl, did she think that she would be fine after escaping this time? Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he did not think too much about it. After all, he and Song Suijing were in a relationship. The monk could run away, but the temple could not. She could run away for a while, but she could not run away forever. After defeating Tang Tian, Yi Xian's name was registered, and it would appear on a stone tablet. Then, he went to collect a set of official disciples' robes and learn about the benefits of being an official disciple. The benefits of being an official disciple of the underworld manor were based on their ranking on the Earth Board. Yi Xian was ranked 200, and he could receive 500 mid-grade crystal stones every month as cultivation resources. If he was in the top 10, he would receive at least 3,000 mid-grade crystal stones every month. If he was in the first place, it was even more terrifying. Every month, the Soaring Heaven Manor would give him 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. From this, it could be seen what kind of sect the Soaring Heaven Manor was. Just the amount of cultivation resources they gave out every month was an astronomical figure. It was a figure that Yi Xian did not dare to imagine. In addition to cultivation resources, official disciples also had some rights. For example, they could go to the martial skills pavilion to choose martial skills according to their ranking. Although Yi Xian already had a few high-grade spiritual martial skills, he still went to the pavilion and collected all the martial skills in it into the devouring system. After that, Yi Xian returned to his residence. When he returned, he found that Song Suijing had not returned yet. That girl will take a detour when she sees me in the future. Yi Xian smiled indifferently and then went to rest. Tomorrow, he still had a difficult task to complete, which was to go to the Profound and Yellow mansions to set up the spirit gathering array. The next morning, Yi Xian woke up early to go to the underworld manor. However, he was shocked to find that Song Suijing had not returned yet. That girl is a goddess. I'm not a tiger. Isn't it just a kiss? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and left. He first went to find Jiang Yu, and then they went to the Profound department together. There were dozens of people in the Profound department who needed the spirit gathering array. Yi Xian was busy until the afternoon before he left for Huangji. After that, he helped the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance set up a spirit gathering array. At this time, it was already very late, so Yi Xian decided to spend the night in the Huang Residence's weapon hall. Excluding the hundreds of spirit gathering formations from the first day, Yi Xian had set up more than 160 spirit gathering formations. Based on the calculation of 300 mid-grade crystals per spirit gathering formation, he had earned 50,000 mid-grade crystals. He was not in a hurry to break through to the peak of the true Profound realm, so he would absorb most of these spar and use the remaining few thousand mid-grade spar for later use. After spending the night in the Huang Residence's weapon hall, he and Jiang Yu rushed back to the Hell Residence the next day. This time, he finally saw Song Suijing. However, as soon as he entered the door, Song Suijing said angrily in the courtyard, "You bastard, I wasn't prepared and hid for 2 days. Did you have to make my room like that?" Yi Xian heard this and was a little confused. He asked in surprise, "What? When did I enter your room?" When Song Suijing was not around, although he did not go in, he could sense that Song Suijing was not in the room. He did not enter Song Suijing's room at all. "Bastard, who else would dare to break into my room besides you? Go in and see for yourself." Song Suijing was so angry that her face turned red. Yi Xian walked up the stairs in surprise and pushed open Song Suijing's door. Now, he finally understood why Song Suijing was so angry. He saw that there was not a single thing in her room that was intact. The bed, the bookshelf, the desk, the vase, and even the ventilation window at the back were all smashed into pieces. Not only that, even the foundation of the spiritual energy gathering array on the floor was destroyed. "Look, everything is destroyed. I was wrong about you." Song Suijing walked to the door of her room. When she saw the miserable state inside again, she could not help but cry. At this time, she hated Yi Xian to death. She thought that Yi Xian was a narrow-minded person and was ready to move out today. Yi Xian turned his head and saw the tears in the corner of Song Suijing's eyes. He was almost scared to death. He quickly said, "Isn't it just a room and an array foundation? It's not a big deal. Besides, do I, Yi Xian, look like the kind of person who would take advantage of an opportunity to make trouble?" He was also helpless. Previously, during the Dynasty War, Song Suijing could still hold on after being hit by his palm. Now, she was crying because of such a small matter. Her heart was too weak. However, he would definitely not let go of the person who caused him to be misunderstood by Song Suijing. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Song Suijing's eyes were red. Who do you think has a grudge against me? Yi Xian said slowly. Hearing this, Song Suijing was stunned at first, then blurted out, Tang Tian? Yi Xian nodded and said, if I'm not wrong, it should be him. However, it might not be him who did it personally. It really wasn't you? Song Suijing asked again. Although she felt that Tang Tian was suspicious, she felt that Tang Tian would not have such guts. If you still don't believe me, go to my room and take a look. Yi Xian replied. Song Suijing walked over in surprise, then pushed open the door. She realized that Yi Xian's room was also in a mess, and there was a scarlet blood word on the wall. If it was only the room that was destroyed, Song Suijing might still suspect Yi Xian. However, this blood word made Song Suijing's suspicion disappear. Tang Tian. This was definitely done by Tang Tian. Following that, Song Suijing returned to her own door and asked, you didn't go back, so how did you know that your room was the same? Yi Xian just walked out of Song Suijing's room and laughed. The two of us weren't here yesterday, so he couldn't have only messed up your room. Tang Tian hates me, and you were just passing by. Alright, I've cleaned up your room and built a new array base. You can redecorate it yourself. Alright, I've wronged you. Song Suijing wiped her tears and said embarrassedly. It's okay, I'll take care of Tang Tian when the time comes. You, on the other hand, where have you been these 2 days? You don't have to hide from me like this, right? It's just a kiss, I'll return it to you now. Song Suijing snorted and quickly pecked Yi Xian's face, like a chicken eating rice. Yi Xian was also shocked. He did not expect Song Suijing to really kiss him. He was not prepared at all. When he reacted, Song Suijing had already finished kissing him, and he felt a breeze caress him. Really, what a loss. Big. End of chapter.